Bom dia a todas, bom dia a todos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th Development Forum organized by the Brazilian Association of Development, ABDE. We bring together thinkers, leaders, scholars at national and international level along the week, dedicated to a common goal to discuss development agendas and policies, always with a focus on the resumption of economic development in Brazil and social and economic aftermath. And we have completed 52 years of action with several institutions, all of them dedicated to long-term credit, always fulfilling a key role in transformation that have made Brazil one of the biggest and most diverse economies in the world. The national system of development is comprised of financial institutions and cooperatives at national and subnational level. And since its foundation, it's been a key element of finance policies geared towards reaching several social, technological, and economic goals. Before we begin our program, some important information. The event is being broadcast in Portuguese and in English by the ABDE site. And if you are watching, you can send questions and comments through our chat. We will try to answer all questions during the event, but if we leave any out, we will answer them through the final materials of the event. We also have an official hashtag, which is for Fórum do Desenvolvimento. So all posts and social media, please use this hashtag so that we can keep track of all the publications and posts. So after these announcements, we will now begin our program.
Teremos agora a abertura oficial deste.
We will now have the official opening of the forum. And for this purpose, the president of, we actually have Sergio Gusmão Suchodolski, president of ABDE and BDMG, as well as the president of the Assembly of ABDE and BNDES, Gustavo Montezano. And so for the official welcome, we'd like to give the floor to Mr. Sergio Gusmão. Thank you, Adalgisa. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would initially like to greet President Gustavo Montezano, President of the Administration Council of ABDE and President of BNDES. It is a very serious moment in our history with the pandemic, technological disruption, and climate emergencies. But at the same time, it's a pleasure to open our sixth edition of our forum promoted by the Brazilian Association of Development. In organizing the forum, our main commitment is to stimulate thinking about future agendas and promote initiatives and find paths that will lead us to sustainable development of Brazil and our partners around the world. With this purpose, we have built this forum, which I am sure will become a unique space and forum for this kind of discussion. Along the next 5 days, we will bring together development players and of the development national system, of the national government and subnational governments, international organizations, also representatives of civil society and several experts. I would like to reaffirm to all of you who are watching that the concern over the future of development is not a recent agenda for a BDE. For the 52 years ago, ABDE was founded in Minas Gerais, and we have celebrated a 52nd anniversary. And so with the purpose of bringing reflection to the public agenda, ABDE is active in all regions of Brazil with 31 associates, among which development agencies, cooperative banks and others, as well as FINEP and SEBRAE. So these institutions comprise the national system of development, responsible for 46% of the credit market in Brazil, with support to important sectors for the national development that are not always the main focus of the financial system. Among the strategic areas that are financed, I'd like to point out two that are fundamentally important, especially in the times we are experiencing. First, credit to municipalities. The national system of development represents 99.5% of total financing. In addition to this significant share, subnational institutions such as state development banks and development agencies are very important in funding municipalities, especially the smallest ones with the lowest HDIs, and as well as on topics related to climate change by funding adaptation and mitigation projects. Secondly, credit for micro, small, and medium-sized companies. In this segment, the system has been leading the anti-cyclical response to the effects of the pandemic, operating the main instruments of main warranty instruments, allowing access to resources by small companies. And the commitment with this segment is reflected in portfolios with over 60% of participation of micro, small, and medium-sized economies. In spite of the shrinking of the economy, the system has achieved important results last year, which reinforces its great importance for the economy of the country. And so the credit portfolios of the system have grown 11.3% between January and December 2020, representing an increase of 186 billion reais. And these drivers of action are very important in the current context of challenges, but they do not fully reveal the fundamental role of financial development institutions. The big distinction for this segment is to think about the future, and the development financial institutions have been looking at the long term through credit and actions leading to sustainable development of our country. The development financial institutions, they guarantee that the future will come about for the whole of Brazilian society tomorrow. So the forum is an opportunity for us to look beyond the current moment, discussing perspectives and horizons for economic recovery, supporting a new development agenda for Brazil. And so in the initial decades of the 21st century, the development system has a key role in face of the challenges of climate change and increasing social demands for social and economic inclusion, as well as promotion of diversity. This process is in line with ambitious targets and goals agreed globally under the 2030 agenda of sustainable developments of the UN. And so this is once again about taking on a commitment to become a transformation driver and reorienting investments towards more inclusive and sustainable development. The Brazilian Association of Development and its members play a leading role in helping Brazil to fulfill sustainable development goals, the SDGs of the 2030 agenda, which is led by the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, who will join us later on today. And so the development system has several products to stimulate sustainable projects, adding resources and expanding the funding capacity, which means longer deadlines, lower rates, more flexible guarantees, among other relevant aspects, always with a focus on clean energy, energetic efficiency, efficient transport, and other sustainable development topics. It's important to remind you that in a recent OECD study, it was estimated that 65% of the 169 targets of the SDGs will not be met without appropriate engagement and coordination with local and regional governments. In this sense, the development financial institutions brought together under ABDE play a key role. They know closely the local realities, and they have the necessary expertise to mobilize public and private capitals and information in designing scenarios that are aligned with the SDGs. In this sense, ABDE has been entering several strategic partnerships with a view to aligning the country to the 17 SDGs and its 169 targets, as well as orienting its actions towards international cooperation in the next 10 years. We might mention agreements with the UNDP, with the IDB, the German International Cooperation Agency, GIZ, and as well as AFD, as well as CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, and also the Laboratory on Financial Innovation created with in partnership with other organizations. And so this financial innovation laboratory, bringing together representatives of the government and civil society, is aimed at promoting sustainable financing or funding in Brazil. Through these partnerships, since 2014, more than 2 million reais have been invested in training, actions, seminars and webinars, studies and development of several innovative pilot projects. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the scenario resulting from the pandemic reinforced the need to accelerate the global agenda for the funding of sustainable projects. We can and should plan and build more resilient economies and more inclusive economies for our country. We are facing an opportunity to relaunch Brazilian economy through investments that are aligned with green development and that are intelligent and fair. I am pleased to state that ABDE and the National Development System are fully committed with this agenda to guarantee that the future will come about for the whole of Brazilian society, and that Brazil might, through its development in financial institutions, give its contribution towards a more sustainable world. And so you are all very welcome to the 6th Forum on Development of ABDE. I wish you all a great debate and fruitful debate, and I hope that we can build together the paths towards the resumption of sustainable development in Brazil, as well as cooperate with our partners from all regions of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, President of the ABDES, Sergio Gusmão. Now we'll hear from the President of the BNDES, Mr. Gustavo Montezano. Thank you, Adalgisa. Good morning, Sergio. On your behalf, I'd like to greet all of the participants and members of the ABDE. Thank you for inviting BNDES for being a part of this opening ceremony of the Forum of Development that will take place for the week. My initial words, I'd like to sum up our position in terms of strategy in the BNDES looking forward, trying to stimulate debates, and many of these strategies that we have put forth might be useful for the participants. So we would like to really give ideas to the participants of the national development system. And as Sergio said, the crisis that we're going through has brought a lot of pain. It's a very harsh moment, very difficult both in the professional and personal levels. On the other hand, this moment has also brought about a lot of awareness and a lot of innovation. We have learned a lot along this throughout this painful experience, and we've also managed to see things that were quite obvious, but we didn't manage to see in the past. And the world is repositioning itself, and society is rethinking itself. So public banks should bring these reflections to its strategies as well, and as ways of adding value to society. And in this sense, what we have been trying to incorporate in the BNDES is to be more multidimensional in our activities, diversify our portfolios. Of course, credit is important, funding is important, but these are not the only pillars. It is important to complement these with other instruments, other ways of acting, and especially the assessment of our activities as public banks shouldn't be fully connected to the assessment of a private bank or compared to a private bank that aims for profit and disbursements. The question is, how can we do that? And what is the impact, the social impact of our actions? What is the environmental impact of our actions? Obviously, without losing sight of the financial sustainability of the institutions. So with that, I introduced the first pillar of our strategy looking forward, also mentioned by the president of the association, which is the focus on SMEs. When we look at the portfolios, we do not necessarily look at the size of the borrowing and lending, and but who are we providing credit for? And the strategy is not for big companies, it's for small and medium-sized enterprises, the SMEs. So we've always known that, but the crisis has shown very clearly that the focus on this layer of the economic activity is fundamental, and BNDES has had last year a historical, a landmark activity with SME, being it with credit programs or government programs with card and machines, and we've reached almost 10 million companies, 10 million, 135 million reais for this layer of our economic fabric. So looking forward, as important as the size of our balance sheet is how much we are dedicating to these customers at this SMEs layer. This is our focus. This is where we can make the most social impact in our actions. So moving on to the second pillar of our strategy, we should address guarantees. We only managed to have such a deep activity, it was such a capillarity because we have diversified our tools. We have acted by guaranteeing operations and making investments in investment funds for prediction funds, and with FDICs, as we call them in Brazil. And with that, we are diversifying our portfolios to reach this other layer of our economic fabric and manage to be more efficient. And this can only be done with partnerships. The capillarity, reaching the outskirts, is fundamental. And I should stress the point that we have guaranteed an operation in agribusiness that opens another front of activity for us to work with the capital market funding small enterprises. So looking for new sources and new instruments for this segment is one of our main strategies. The BNDES will remain a neutral bank in its actions with SMEs. So the more money we have at the edges, at the ends of the lines, and more relevant will be our work. So first pillar, SMEs, second pillar, guarantees. The third pillar that we consider fundamental in our activities is our project factory. That means the BNDES providing service to customers as the federal government and the states as customers to make our activities in the bank more prominent. We have almost 200 professionals working in this activity. We have over 120 products. CAPEX is 220 billion, and this has shown the demand from our customers, federal government. for this consultancy in projects. We're not lending any money. We are lending expertise. We are providing financial, environmental engineering, and the stability that a bank like us have to conduct these projects in governments. Our bottleneck is not having installed capacity within the bank to take on new projects, given the huge demand we are servicing. And the concrete results are there to show. Last year, we have had sanitation projects in Alagoas, the Brasilia energy company with the privatization, now the privatization of the electricity company of Rio Grande do Sul. And if everything goes right, we'll have an auction, a big auction in Rio de Janeiro as well. And we see with very good eyes this strategy. This is not a government strategy. We are confident that this is a state strategy, the capacity to model projects and regulate operations, to invest in time and financial resources in the structuring of these projects generates a lot of value to the public sector. BNDES has no capillarity and arms to perform on local projects in the state. So here we see a great opportunity for the regional development banks. The fourth pillar of our strategy is co-funding and unionization. We are not here to fight for market share. Quite the opposite. The more borrowers we have and the more resources we have in the projects and clients we work with, the bigger our success is. In addition to the borrowers bringing capital and appetite to risk to operate the projects, they bring knowledge, diversity of opinions, governance. So in our top structure with co-funding and unionization is a fundamental pillar of our success. We are not fighting for market share. The more local, international, public, private banks we have co-funding our infrastructural projects, the better our resilience and quality of the project will be. And we are the big elephant in the room of Brazilian infrastructure, and it's up to us to give up space for this market to arise. So we have the project financing strict sense where we do not need specificity for banks to fund projects. This is a very powerful tool for the development of national infrastructure. We're not inventing the wheel. We've seen this in Chile, Colombia, Peru, Mexico, United States, emerging markets, developed countries. They have been doing this for a long time. So we need to develop market or effective risk project in Brazil and diversify our portfolios so as to make our portfolios more resilient, because we'll have diversified actions with or it will not have concentrated corporate evaluations. And the fifth pillar is the social environmental pillar. In addition to our very important activity in development, we could see a huge appetite of private companies and operators to also conduct environmental and social actions to neutralize the risks and exposures they face in their own activities. And we, as development institutions, we have knowledge and we can leverage and support these agents in the fulfilling of their social environmental targets. This is an activity we started to focus on starting on the second semester of last year, which BNDES, in partnership with financial private institutions, supported agents in making these operations that were concentrated in philanthropic institutions and other parts of the government. And we could notice a very strong and relevant social impact. And we, as public institutions, in addition to supporting them with the project building and the national coordination, we can co-invest, participate, and bring more security and safety and potentialize or increase the impact of actions that were not, of agents that were not as representative as in the past. This is going pretty well and it's accelerating fast. So in summary, we talked about SMEs, we talked about guarantees, we talked about our project factory, unionization and co-funding, and lastly, social environmental impacts. So with these 5 pillars, we are pushing for the BNDES strategy into the future. Thank you very much. I hope a great week of debates. Thank you, Mr. Gustavo Montezano and Dr. Sergio Gusmão, for the official opening of this forum. Moving on with our agenda.
Dear Mr. Suchodolski, dear members of the Brazilian Development Association, I thank you for this invitation and commend you for your leadership in helping anchor the recovery from COVID-19 firmly in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At all levels, public development banks play a crucial role in financing sustainable development. In recent months, this role has at last come to be recognized, yet their vast potential remains mostly unutilized. COVID-19 has brought untold devastation. As we work to battle the pandemic, we must lay the groundwork now for a brighter future, which starts with a green and just recovery. Financial resources are at the heart of this recovery. Without adequate financing, the current economic turmoil could turn into a decade-long recession. Your leadership at federal, state, and local levels will be paramount. Let me flag 5 areas where we at the United Nations see the greatest potential for transformation. First, you are uniquely positioned to connect global goals with local realities. Your commitment to the people of Brazil can help turn the Global 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development into a reality for everyone, everywhere across the country. Second, at a time when other sources of financing, public revenue, national and foreign direct investment, have collapsed as a result of efforts to slow the spread of the virus, your countercyclical role is crucial in providing financing urgently needed where it is most. Your third contribution to a strong recovery is your capacity to finance sustainable infrastructure and the development of small and medium-sized enterprises. Many of you are already boldly supporting the national pandemic response through measures including emergency loans, financing facilities, guarantees, and debt relief. In scaling up your efforts, you can play an even larger role in supporting investments for longer-term sustainable development. Fourth, we have deep knowledge and experience with the local private sector, which puts you in a unique position to access local financial markets and overcome local barriers to investment. Fifth, unlike commercial banks and investment funds, you are ideally positioned to support sustainable development by taking greater risks and investing in local credit markets, which the private sector would otherwise shy away from. I am deeply appreciative of all the work you're already doing in these 5 areas. But the challenges facing the world today require even more. COVID-19 has made the 2030 Agenda more urgent than ever. It must remain our compass, guiding us through the current storm towards a brighter, more sustainable and inclusive future. By using it as your guide, Brazil could lead the way in the right direction for the benefit of all humanity. I wish you a successful gathering.
Muito bem, nós acabamos de ouvir então.
Okay, we've just heard from Ms. Amina Mohammed, Joint Secretary General of the United Nations and President and Chairwoman of the Sustainable Development Group in the United Nations. She has acted also as a Minister of Environment in Nigeria, where she guided the efforts of the country in climate change and environmental issues. She joined the UN in 2012 as Counselor, the Ban Ki-moon Secretary General, with the responsibility of planning after 2015. She led a process that resulted in a global agreement around the 2030 Agenda towards Sustainable Development and the fulfilling of the 2030 targets. So thank you, Ms. Mohammed, for your very important contribution. We'll now move on with this development forum and move to the keynote lecture.
Da COVID-19 a
COVID-19 to sustainable development, transition policies. We will have Mrs. Rebeca Grynspan, Secretary General, Ibero American Secretary General, mediated by Richard Martínez Alvarado, Vice President of IDB countries. She is from Costa Rica, and she has an international path in the development financing, and she has been Deputy Secretary of UN and also UNDP. She has been active in several high-level panels. Richard Martínez Alvarado from El Salvador, and with a very important career in sustainable development, and also having been Minister of Economy and Development, and also member of climate action forums, and we will have a 1-hour panel. So it's a great pleasure to invite Mrs. Rebeca Grynspan for her presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, this side of the Atlantic. Good morning in the other side. And it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I want to send a special greetings and to Sergio Gusmão, Suchodolski. Sergio, thank you again for inviting me to this very important forum. We were together not long ago in the forum that you organized also for the subnational development banks. That is the launch of this wonderful network in Ibero-America. So thank you very much. We really think that this is a very important move for what we have to face in the future. So thank you so much, Sergio, and my warm regards. And I want to say hello to Richard Martínez. Richard, a great friend. Very nice to see you now in your new endeavors in Washington, in the IDB. And thank you for being with us and to share with me this opportunity of the Development Forum. So good morning to all the rest, all of those that are watching us. And I would really like to thank also the Brazilian Development Association and its for this wonderful invitation. And as you will see from my presentation, we have a lot in common with the goals and the objectives and the themes of discussion with the Brazilian Development Association. So it's an honor for me to be here with you all today. Before I touch upon this very important matter, I must, in a way, contextualize what COVID-19 has mean for Latin America. So let me start by saying, because this will be, I think, part of what we will face for the future in terms of the discussion, yes? Maybe I would say something a little bit risky, but in a way, I really feel that we are starting the 21st century. I don't think that centuries start chronologically. You know, the 20th century started in 1914 with the First World War, in a way. And many of us think that in terms of the impact that this pandemic is having on our daily life, on the daily life of thousands of millions of people around the world. So we are witnessing the starting of a new epoch, a new century, that where a lot of the tendencies that we saw coming and developing in technological terms, in the biological terms, in terms of the ecology, in terms of what was happening in all these areas, crystallized it just now. You know, in a way, it's a qualitative jump from where we were. So some think that we will go back to the old normality. And I really believe that we are going to something new that is just taking shape right now, but that will mean the start, as I said, of really now of a new moment, of a new century. And in that sense, in a way, we have just to try to go to the new paradigms, yes? In terms of how we measure development. Because if we, in Latin America, as I will say later on, we lost decades, not months, not years, but decades of progress in terms of socially and economically. It means that what we call development was very fragile. And maybe part of it is because we are measuring development in the wrong way, because we still measure development by GDP. And we need to go to a multidimensional and complex measure of what we call development. So we will be aware and of the fragilities or the gaps or the differences that within that GDP measure are lived by different groups in society. So inequality, sustainability will have to be part of the new measures of development. So we can take the right policies, the right development policies, because we see in a more integral way what development is. This is, for example, one point. My second point is that we need to measure differently poverty and go, as many countries in Latin America has done, go for a more multi-dimensional measure of poverty. So the fight against poverty can take into account not only income, but the other basic needs that have not been met by many in society, and take care also of the vulnerable groups that are very similar to the poor, but maybe out of the scope of policies because we have the wrong measure for it. The same happens around the world. And this is one of the points that I also want to make today. That is that Latin America, together with Southeast Asia, are the largest middle-income region in the world, after China and India. Latin America is larger than Russia, and the former Soviet republics, larger than the Arab world, and larger than Central Asia. But because we categorize the countries in the world according to GDP, so we are out of the scope of many of the cooperation instruments that we have around, because we still are in the paradigm of the 20th century. We still are in the paradigm of the Millennium Development Goals. We haven't made the transition to the SDGs, to the Sustainable Development Goals, that need middle-income countries to be partners of the effort that the world has to make to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. So, for example, in our region right now, the whole cooperation arena, the whole cooperation space also has changed with the new paradigms of the 21st century. So what has happened in Latin American and the Latin American region, as we all know, the pandemic came in a moment when we were weak. We had 5 years of pandemic of very low growth in the region. And we started to see already during those years a retrocess in terms of the gains in inequality and poverty that we've done at the beginning of the years 2000. From 2000 to the middle of 2014, 2015. But after that, growth was sluggish and retrocess in many of the indicators was already showing. And so we were in a weak moment when the pandemic struck in our countries. And so that's why the Latin American region has been one of the worst hit by the pandemic. In a way, we say that the juncture met with the structure. Yes, our structural deficits were there, and so the pandemic deepened our the gaps in terms of access to quality of services, of in health and education, the gaps in access to the digital world, the gaps in productivity that we had around our productive structure, the gaps in terms of race and gender that we experience also in our region. So the pandemic did not invent those gaps, those structural deficits. What the pandemic did is deepen them, make them worse, make them wider. And that's why if it's true that the hit in terms of the fall in GDP is similar to what Europe is going through, the truth is that Europe will recover much faster than our countries. And so the IMF is projecting that we will regain the GDP per capita that we had before the pandemic only in 2025. So think about it. We had before the pandemic 5 bad years in terms of growth and social indicators. And if we only recover by 2025, we can talk again about a decade of bad results in economic and social terms in Latin America. So many are already talking about a new lost decade, like in the 80s, a new lost decade for Latin America. So here is where I want to stress my message to all of you, because I don't think that we need to accept that prognostic. I think that there are reasons to think that we can overcome this pandemic going to a new paradigm of inclusive and sustainable dynamic growth. That is not a destiny that we have to accept, but it depends on what we do, and it depends also on what the world will do, because we will need the international community to get out of this. We will need the development banks, Richard, that have been ready to help, but we need to strengthen the development banks for them to be able to help even more. We need the national and subnational development banks precisely because of the things that Amina Mohammed in his address to all of us said. So we need to strengthen the instruments we have to get out of this pandemic stronger, but conscious and aware of where the structural deficits were. And that's why this is my second message. My second message is that if we only go out of the juncture, but not look at the long term, at the structural objectives and changes that we need to address, so it will be a bad recovery. Not everything that will happen can be named recovery. If it will be a recovery with more inequality, with more poverty, with more unsustainability. So I think that the word recovery is too big to describe something that will be so weak. So we need to have a recovery that will be, as I said before, more inclusive and more sustainable. And what are the elements that have to be looked at? What are the good news and what are the spoilers that we need to address? And here, let me go to the last part of my presentation. Well, I think that there are reasons to be more optimistic than many of the prognostics. Okay, so reasons for optimism and reasons for concern. The first reason for optimism is that we have gone, the society has gone through what we call compulsory digitalization and innovation. Yes, we did in several months what we were supposed to do in several years in terms of entering the digital world. Now, Latin America had before not about infrastructure in terms of digital infrastructure and access. But in a way, if you look at the numbers, we use the digital world more for the networks than for production. And so productivity didn't grow fast with the pandemic. Even if digitalization or the digital world was already present, everybody with a cell, with a smartphone, or many, but two problems. One, as I said, we use it more for our spare time than for our work. And I think that has changed during the pandemic. And the second problem was the inequalities in terms of access to the digital world. Small and medium-sized enterprises didn't use the digital world for their model, the new private sector models, let's say, to enter into a more competitive and productive world. So now is the time to help close the gaps and use it also for our productive matrix, so we can jump in terms of productivity to the new world, to the future. So that is a huge opportunity. The question is, are we going to take advantage of it? And I start also by the government. Citizens are more digital than governments. We need to also make governments and services enter into the new world. Not only the private sector, but also the public sector, and close the gaps. One of the things that I want to put as an example in this note is that according to some of the new the research that has been done during the pandemic in terms of education, for example, I am struck by the fact that many of the new studies suggest that we are going back to the gaps we had in education in 1960 because of the lack of access of the most vulnerable groups to really join this effort in terms of education in a remote mode. And many, we are fearing a lot of dropouts from school, from universities, from middle schools. So this is a huge effort that we have to do. The digital world is an opportunity, but only if we take it seriously, we go for the infrastructure that is needed for universal access to close the gaps and make this giant jump that we can make for the future if we do the right thing. My second reason of optimism is the green economy, the transition, the ecological transition that we all have to make. And I think that this can be a new engine of growth in our countries, especially in Latin America, because we have a citizenship that is very aware of what sustainability and the environment means. We have an energy matrix that is very clean. And even I think that we are leaders in the world in terms of renewable energy. That is a huge source of growth and sustainable growth for the future. So the green and the blue economy, because also the oceans are a big source of opportunity and change for Latin America, an engine of a different growth for the future. If we take advantage of it, and we have the private sector with the capabilities for it, we have the demand of the citizenship, we need the right public policies to be able to go through it. But the green and blue economy are a great source of opportunities for us and also for a better distribution in terms of the territory, to close also the territorial inequalities that we have in the region. My third source of optimism is the growth in China and the US. China is growing in a V form very rapidly. And so we are seeing again the rise in the prices of food and raw materials. So many are already talking about a new super cycle of raw materials and food prices in the world. Now, that's a possibility, an opportunity for precisely or mainly for the south part of Latin America. But I hope this time we use it also smartly, not to reprimarize our economies, but to go for a more value-added science and technology and more competitive way in the value chains in the world and in the region. So if we use it well, this can be also a source for more inclusive and sustainable growth and opportunity. And also the growth of the US can be a great source of opportunities for us because they are betting on a more green growth. And they will invest a lot, and also the growth of the US can really help the north of Latin America, Mexico and Central America can benefit a lot from dynamic growth in the US. The world as a whole, China and the US are the two big economies in the world. But the thing is that it has to be a different growth, a growth that will be, as we said, more green and more inclusive. And my fourth reason for optimism is our young people and our women. We have the largest cohort of young people between 14 and 29 years of age. And they are the most educated cohort of young people we have ever had in our history. So give opportunities to the young and in a more equal way between men and women. Our women will be a great source of productivity and of growth if we really take this opportunity for taking this into account, not as an afterthought in our model of development, but as a main part and pillar of the recovery. So let me go very quickly and to give Richard the time to come in. There are spoilers. So what are the main spoilers? The first one is vaccines. Access to vaccines. Vaccinating our population is key for our recovery. And to avoid that the problem that the short term will become our long term, that the pandemic will make so much damage that to repair it, we will have to go 2 decades from now. So I think, Richard, and you will correct me when you intervene, that in the projections or calculations of the IDB, every trimester of delay in vaccination means 2.5 percentage points in our GDP growth for recovery. So every trimester we delay vaccination for everybody is a huge problem for the recovery and the long-term perspective of our region. And there we need everybody, but we need the international community. We need to strengthen the instruments that will allow the universal access to vaccination that we need, and to understand that vaccination is a public global good, and that nobody is safe until we will all be safe. And that was precisely the main message of the summit, of the Ibero-American summit that we just had at the level of heads of state and government. So this is the first. Health and vaccination are key for our recovery. My second point is financing. We need more financing because the developed world has invested or in power into the economy 4 times what the Latin American countries have been able to do. And Brazil has done a lot. For example, according to ECLAC, is the second country that has invested more in terms of GDP in the pandemic, but still is 4 times less than what the developed world was able to do, because they have the monetary force and strength to do that, and that we don't. And so we need the IMF, the World Bank, to come with the new instrument. We have been adamant of the special drawing rights for the region, the importance of a new facility to strengthen our capacity to invest and to counteract the effects of the pandemic. And so the development banks here have to play a major role, because we have to strengthen our monetary stability, but we have also to strengthen our fiscal space to be able to make the investments and the expenditures needed to support our small and medium enterprises, to support our families and the people that are unemployed because of the pandemic, and the big hit that it has done in the incomes of the most vulnerable and poor of our region. And so if Latin America won't get out of this moment and of this crisis, the worst crisis we have ever had in the more than 1 century, unless we will have also the international financial help that these countries deserve today. And let me remind everybody that the middle-income countries are the ones worst hit in this pandemic. And in 2008, that wasn't the case. But in this crisis, this is the case. And so we need to include the middle-income countries in the cooperation efforts and in the international financial efforts with new instruments for our countries. And the last two spoilers, sorry. There is the political spoiler. We need to agree on the main things to go ahead. And we are entering a very political cycle of elections in Latin America. And we are seeing a polarization around. And we need to get two main basic agreements between the public sector, the private sector, and the civil society to bring this to a different level of agreements. So we need a new social contract in a way. We need to agree on the basics of what we are going to do to counteract the pandemic, but also for the future. And in a very electoral mode, this is difficult to achieve, and it needs a huge efforts from all in society for this to be able to happen. I think that the pandemic has put into new light the importance of public policy, of the public space. But I think that it would be a mistake to think that public policy and public space is only government. We need the private sector, because without the private sector and new public-private partnerships, we won't be able to do the investments needed for the new century, for this new economy. So it will be very important to have that conversation. And let me finish here saying that we don't have to take as a given that we will have a lost decade in Latin America again. It depends on what we do, and it depends on the strength of our voice in the international community for the right decisions to be taken and to push for a new partnerships in the world with the 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals always in our horizon. We have opportunities, and we have the spoilers and the problems that we have carried out for so long. But if we face this crisis, strengthening the multilateral instruments and community, and strengthening our capacity to agree on the basics, to take advantage of the new opportunities, this could be a new era and a new normal that won't be only new, but it will be better for all. Thank you.
Mrs. Rebeca Grynspan, thank you once again for your important lecture, which will certainly motivate the discussions that we will have from now on. Now, the considerations by Mr. Richard Martínez Alvarado. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Bon dia. Good afternoon, Rebeca. Happy to see you again. It's a great honor to share this forum with a great friend of Ibero-America, just like you. I would like to thank the Brazilian Development Association, a historic partner of the IDB group, for the opportunity to speak today, and to thank Sergio Gusmão for hosting the forum and bringing together the development financial institution at this crucial moment. One thing that is clear from Rebeca's intervention is that the region is at a critical juncture because of the pandemic. Long-standing development challenges and the recent natural disasters. Last year, the gross domestic product loss was about 7%, the largest for the region in a single year in the last 2 centuries. The pandemic has also led to a severe disruption in the labor market, with millions of full-time jobs lost and a sharp increase in informality. In fact, it is estimated that 6 in every 10 jobs are now in the informal sector in our region, with a direct effect on social conditions and people's well-being. As Rebeca also mentioned, millions of people have fallen into poverty last year, especially women and kids, shrinking the middle class and exacerbating inequality. And as children, as students, especially the most vulnerable ones, have lost learning time, we will see big impacts on earning and productivity in over time. To make matters worse, the fiscal front is also a source of vulnerability, as Rebeca mentioned. The governments in our region reacted vigorously to the emergency and put in place much needed stimulus packages. This, however, implies that fiscal balances and public debt have deteriorated greatly, and the region will need to undergo policy reforms in the years to come that will require consensus and social cohesion. Countries are now faced with 2 paths, as Rebeca mentioned. One of recovery, reinvestment, and renewed opportunity, or one of continued economic deterioration with devastating effects for the years to come and future generations. So the question here is what we can do to ensure that Latin America and the Caribbean take the first path. As Rebeca said, we have to modernize our paradigms. We must be creative in the agenda to solve the conjuncture and the structural problems at the same time. We have to be realistic about the challenges, but at the same time, we have to be very optimistic about the opportunities. So that's what I want to talk about today. We launched our strategic blueprint, Vision 2025, which has defined priorities of IDB Group to help the region come out of the crisis stronger and more resilient. Afterwards, I would like to reflect on how the development finance institutions can join efforts with government, private sector, and civil society, as Rebeca said, to advance those priorities both in Brazil and the rest of the region, of course. Our vision is based on 5 immediate opportunities that we believe will allow the region emerge stronger from the crisis. First, greater regional integration. As you know, COVID crisis offered many prospects for reinvestment. At the bank, we are committed to supporting the regionalization of global value chains to boost private investment, productivity, and employment. Second, digital economy. We have all witnessed how the pandemic accelerated the digital transformation in the region. The countries, companies, and citizens that were able to embrace teleworking, telehealth, and distance learning have been more resilient to the crisis. Innovation is key, and the ability of private and public sectors to thrive will depend on their capacity to adopt and develop new technologies. Third, we cannot talk about sustainable recovery without talking about the private sector and small and mid-sized enterprises. They account for the largest share of employment in Latin America and the Caribbean. And at the bank, we are working to help put in place the conditions to maximize their contribution to the recovery. We are working to reduce market distortions, foster adequate financing and financial instruments, and promote digitalization and innovation to help increase productivity. Fourth, the recovery has also offered a renewed opportunity to promote gender equality and diversity. Women and other vulnerable populations bore the heaviest burden of the health and economic crisis. And the reintegration into the labor market is proving difficult. We are committed to continue developing gender-based solutions and mainstreaming gender and diversity considerations into our works across sectors and countries. Finally, a crucial opportunity that emerged from the crisis is the green agenda, as Rebeca said. The investments need to help the region recover from the current crisis must confront the pressing challenge of climate change. To put this in context, climate change damage in the region could cost $100 billion annually by 2050. We cannot afford to pay that cost. We absolutely need to increase climate-friendly investment immediately, reducing emissions and increasing the stock of green infrastructure. This vision is having a concrete impact in our portfolio. In 2020, for example, the IDB approved more than $14 billion, a record high, channeling resources into these areas. Our private sector institutions, IDB Invest and IDB Lab, mobilized an additional $9 billion. We have made an extraordinary effort, but we want to do more, hand in hand with Brazil and our other partners in the region. As Rebeca mentioned, we need to do more on the financing side. That's the reason why our General Assembly in Barranquilla approved a resolution that creates the conditions to work in a path to increase our resources for the region. And in terms of vaccination, as also Rebeca said, it is key for the recovery. We are working closely on that side with at least 10 countries, not only to finance their vaccines programs, but also to support their vaccines deployment. We mobilized $1 billion for vaccines in the region. And doing more also, of course, means a renewed commitment to multilateral collaboration, which brings me to the second topic that I want to discuss today. How can development finance institutions join efforts to forge a path to recovery in Brazil and in the rest of the region? The role of this institution is more important now than ever before. Over the last 4 years, the IDB has constructed a strategic partnership with the DFIs in the region through our close work with many of the organizations present here today. Looking forward, I see enormous opportunities for collaboration to support IDB Group's priority. Our goal, as reflecting in our long-standing partnership with the ABDE, is to help position Brazilian development financial institutions as key players in leveraging needed investment for Brazil's sustainable economic recovery. Now, I would like to highlight the opportunities we see going forward with a few concrete examples of ongoing work in Brazil in partnership with many of the participants in this event. For example, to support job creation through small medium enterprises, we supported Brazilian development financial institutions to structure programs for over $1 billion during 2020. To support the digitalization and efficiency of development financial institutions to improve credit access, we supported the development of local and regional market connectivity for small businesses with Banco Nacional de Desenvolvimiento Económico y Social and IDB's network Connect Americas. Third, to help close gender gaps. What we have done, we supported pilot programs that target women-led business for financing, such as in the case of the Extreme South Development Bank of Brazil and the Development Bank of Espírito Santo. We have also developed jointly with the Brazilian Development Association an ambitious agenda to assess Brazilian small businesses and barriers to access to credit from a gender perspective, and to address climate change. We are supporting development financial institutions to become key players in structuring public-private partnerships for sustainable infrastructure and risk-sharing mechanisms, as in the case of our close collaboration with Caixa Econômica Federal and the Brazilian Development Bank. In the same line, we are also supporting Brazilian development financial institutions to participate in the local sustainable bond markets, such as we did with the Minas Gerais Development Bank, the first Brazilian institution to issue a sustainable development gold bond. The pressing challenge of climate change is at the forefront of the multilateral agenda, and our institutions have an essential role addressing this global public good. In the last year, the last years, the IDB has lent over $2 billion, enabling development financial institutions to leverage over $4 billion in private investment essential for green recovery of the region. This includes, for example, supporting electromobility programs in Ecuador, Peru, and Colombia, and developing innovative risk sharing and insurance mechanisms to support the energy efficient technology conversion and upgrading for enterprises in several countries in the region. In this regard, I am very pleased to announce that tomorrow the IDB will be launching the Green Bond Transparency Platform, the first tool to make information on these instruments accessible and comparable to everyone interested in participating in the region's market, free of charge. We hope to contribute to the expansion of this market, of course, bringing together key players committed to the sustainable development cause. So let me stop here. And speaking of key players, maybe we could go back to Rebeca.
Muito bem. Bom, imensamente gratos.
Very well. Thank you very much for both of you, both of your participations, Rebeca and Grynspan, and Mr. Richard Martínez, Alvarado. Thank you very much for enriching this moment. This is only the first day of our forum, and it's already very good. So for final remarks about the addressed topic, Ms. Rebeca Grynspan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Richard, for such a good intervention, and also to explain what are the wide instrumental, operational instrumentalization that you have developed for helping the countries. Let me just say, maybe to finalize, that the issue of the labor market, of the unemployment, the abilities of the people to get back to work is a key issue for the future no doubt. There is a different a labor market out there, and we have to prepare our young, our women, and also to transform some of the abilities that many have had and that need to enter this new world. Now, one issue that I want to highlight that I didn't do during my presentation is the need to take the right decisions for the Women Economic Empowerment Pact, because the lack of conciliation between work and family can affect many women and be a real obstacle and challenge for women to go back to work after the pandemic. And let me say that from a development point of view, this is an issue that needs to be addressed. Also in terms of the small and medium-sized enterprises, because many of those that were not able to make it because of the pandemic were in the hands of women, because the micro and small enterprises were in the hands of women. So we need not only guarantee schemes or credit, we need also support for the transformation, for the transformation of the business model of those very small micro and small enterprises that were in the hands of women. And here, I think that the national and subnational development banks can make really a difference, especially because of what they have said before, because they can go for the local credit markets. They understand what they need, and they can, at the same time of giving more credit, giving support for the transformation of the model, the business model. The digitalization of the micro and small enterprises will be very important, and will be very important to get back to work for many, because as Richard said, the small and medium enterprises are the main employers in our region. So let's put attention to the labor market. Let's put attention to the needs of women and young people in the labor market. And let's put attention on the needs of the very small, the micro, small enterprises, that if we want to recover the entrepreneurial networks that we had before the pandemic, we need to give more support to this sector. And I think that the national development banks, with the help of the international development banks, can make a difference in that sense. I will finish saying also that we need a huge investment in science and technology again, because this pandemic has shown us the importance of science for development. And I think that our region is under investing in science and technology and our tertiary education that needs, to be pushed, not weakened in this pandemic. I think that the vaccination, or the reality that we have 10 vaccines right now in the market is a huge success of science. The problem has been the governance. The failure in the world has been the governance part, but science has been a huge success. We need also to invest much more in science and technology for the future. So thank you very much again, and thank you, Richard, for your intervention.
Senhora Rebeca Grynspan. E vamos seguir então agora.
Thank you. Thanks to you, Ms. Rebeca Grynspan. And now we give the floor to Richard for his final remarks.
Thank you. And just a quick message. Adding adding to what Rebeca said, friends, the challenges and the opportunities ahead are historic. We can, of course, continue discussing, but this is more like a call to action. At the IDB group, we have a vision to help the region come out of the crisis stronger, and that is our contribution. So we invite you all to deepen our partnership to make inclusive recovery a reality. The work that the DFIs do is critical, and now more than ever, we need to coordinate efforts to support the region to avoid another lost decade, as Rebeca mentioned. We have a great team in Brazil, led by an extraordinary representative, Morgan Doyle. So we are pleased to work with many Brazilian DFIs in this effort, both with lending and to improve how to address their particular needs. Finally, I would like to thank to the Brazilian Development Association for these opportunities. Obrigado.
Muito bem, então registramos aqui mais uma vez.
Very well. Once again, our sincere acknowledgement and thank you to Rebeca, Grynspan, and Richard Alvarado. These lectures will be made available in the ABDE YouTube channel next week. We have now 2 roundtables. Your participation is very welcome. So if you have any questions, send them through the web chat, and they will be answered at the end if there's time.
Muito bem, o papel dos bancos de desenvolvimento.
The role of development banks in the world transition. This is the topic of our roundtable. To talk about this topic, we have Sergio Gusmão, President of BDMG and ABDE, and Rémy, Rioux, President of the French Development Agents and International Development Financial Club. To moderate this debate, we have the professor from Columbia University, Stephany Griffith-Jones. Good morning, Professor. Welcome to our event. With the floor, we have our moderator, Ms. Griffith-Jones. I believe you are on mute, madam.
I'm delighted and honored to be chairing this panel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me? I'm delighted, as I said, to be chairing this panel. And if I had to choose who would be the 2 speakers that would be the best for this panel, I would have chosen Sergio Gusmão and Rémy Rioux. So I'm really delighted and honored to chair this panel, which is about how to reposition development finance institutions to better align them for their counter-cyclical role, so crucial in COVID times, and to support the structural transformation that we so much need, as Rebeca Grynspan was saying in the previous session. So I would like to just stress that development banks, whether they are multilateral, regional, national, or subnational, as BNDES is, are playing a key role in the world economy. And we already have, as data from AFD shows, over 450 banks. We include all these categories, and they represent over $11 trillion of assets and about $2.5 trillion of loans in the last year, which is financing about 10% of world investment. So development banks are already an important force to be reckoned with and are increasingly recognized as important particularly after the global financial crisis and after now, during and after COVID. We need them so much. So there is a growing consensus about this great need, and therefore we talk really about a renaissance of development banks, which I think is now happening in many ways. And I want to mention also that I think this meeting, which is excellent, can build on the great meeting that we had convened by ABDE and IDFC, in which Rémy played such a key role, which happened in November in Paris, and where, of course, Sergio Gusmão also presented some very interesting ideas. And in this meeting, which was sponsored by President Macron and the UN Secretary General, we also had a previous research conference, and which I was honored to co-chair the previous research. And I just want to very quickly give you two key conclusions that we reached in this research. The first one was that development banks to play their role properly, both the counter-cyclical role and the one of financing structural transformation for inclusive and green growth, need sufficient scale. And I think this is a debate that we're now having, because in COVID times, there is so much more need for additional funding by development banks at all levels. And also because of the demands of a green and inclusive transition, there is so much need for additional investment. And the second point that was that to do this well, development banks have to incorporate these of green and inclusive transition into all phases of their financing and of their project design, which is, I think, very important to the final impact. And also to choose the appropriate instruments in a way that they maximize not profits, although profits are of course important, but that they maximize the impact on development. And this, I think, is valuable also for the discussion of today. And without further ado, I would like to ask Sergio Gusmão, President of BNDES and of this important association, if he could kindly give us his presentation in around 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, professora Stephany.
Thank you, Professor Stephany. Griffith-Jones, I would like to welcome my colleagues in the panel. First of all, Rémy Rioux, the president of the International Development Finance Club, and Director General of the French Development Agency, ABDE in Portuguese. Professor Stephany Griffith-Jones is a reference for all of us. She works with Institute Policy Dialogue in the Columbia University, and I would like to take the opportunity to remember the very important role Rémy Rioux had in the promotion of financial development institutions in the global level through initiatives like Summit Finance in Common. As it was mentioned here, this event has inspired the recent launch of the Alliance of Subnational Development Banks in Latin America and Caribbean, an initiative supported by BDMG, LIDI, and ABDE, as well as the forum of the Brazilian Development Association. The intellectual leadership of Professor Griffith-Jones, one of the most acknowledged, accomplished researcher of these institutions by means of the University of Columbia, and also worked with the Central Bank of Chile in past decades. It's a pleasure to welcome you to debate, moving from the international experience, the topic of financial institutions in Brazil, which I will now address. First of all, we have this idea of transition, which is in the DNA of the development system in Brazil. The context of Finance in Common, the summit that was mentioned, In that event, we mapped 450 public development financial institutions, summing up to 11.3 trillion, which demonstrates the huge importance of these stakeholders to deliver relevant impacts, relevant results for these local and regional and national economies, with a very important activity in different countries in the world. In the 415 institutions, from those 34 are in Brazil, and 31 of which are represented by the Brazilian by the ABDE. So in Brazil, this is called the National Development System. During the opening ceremony of this forum, I mentioned some of the points about these vigorous system, but I would like to highlight that some of the national banks and federal level and managers of specific public funds, the system counts on a broad network of subnational development institutions in addition to credit institutions that are the last bastion, but the last hope to deliver private and national resources to development agents.
In over 70 years since the end of the last World War, the institutions that comprise the development system, have been created and modernized by governments at different levels to meet the challenges of transformation of the economy and society in Brazil in all phases of its development. The ABDE Forum of 2021 proposes to all guests the topic Development Banks in a World in Transition. The members and partners of ABDE always had the objective of diagnosing, building proposals for transitions through which Brazil is experiencing. I will now address the COVID-19 pandemic and the acceleration of transitions through which they're experiencing. In 2020, with the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the national development system and all development banks around the world faced one of the most severe crises in their history. The transformations at social, environmental, economic levels, all these issues have been accelerated or even worsened, and it became impossible to think of future agendas without taking into account the aftermath of the pandemic in the short and long term. The COVID-19 pandemic also had unequal impacts. The COVID impacts and the mobility restrictions to contain the virus are being experienced at different sectors and regions in Brazil. And in 2020, the Brazilian economy was reduced by 4.1%, and also 4 million people lost their jobs. In spite of being widespread, we had unequal effects. Sectors related to culture, tourism, transport, and personal services in general suffered the most impact. Also, the regions with greater numbers of deaths had greater difficulty in recovering. Some sectors were forced to readapt in order to survive completely transformed market conditions, completely disrupted conditions. Some segments were able to absorb the shocks. Others, such as micro, small, and medium-sized companies, didn't have capital structure and financial liquidity that would be needed in order to face the pandemic. In face of unequal impacts, the development system tried to work in a more targeted manner. So the system mobilized resources and with its sectoral and regional expertise built solutions that enabled the customization of measures and meeting specific demands of those most affected by the crisis. The effort was a fundamental anti-cyclical effort to prevent the collapse of the productive sector in Brazil, similar to what was done in previous crises. The anti-cyclical action is one of the purposes of public development institutions, contributing to reverse economic deterioration by expanding the supply of resources when we have this deterioration in the private sector. But differently from previous, the development system in 2020 tried to put in place targeted anti-cyclical measures, targeting the sectors and segments that suffered the most. And for this, we structured the supply of appropriate resources in face of such a challenging economic situation. And immediately, specific lines were created for the health sector, overwhelmed by the need to produce, the overwhelming needs, and especially in terms of SMEs, working capital lines were created with more favorable rates, and also standstill operations allowed helping clients in greater difficulties. Also, the strengthening of digital channels, bringing together the productive sector and society, and providing emergency public resources. In face of the magnitude of the crisis, the system built innovative strategies to mobilize resources from various sources. Apart from direct credit, another important trend was the strengthening of instruments for guaranteeing credit in face of the fiscal restrictions. The strategy of emergency support based on mobilization of private resources to meet the emergency needs and public instruments for guaranteeing credit actually created important projects that enabled this support in face of the uncertainties of the pandemic. And with the implementation, deployment of such programs, around 130 billion reais were made available by the development system during the pandemic. The response to the crisis was possible because the national system has specific characteristics and is prepared to whenever necessary. And so I'd like to ask, why was it possible for these institutions to act so promptly in face of the COVID crisis? First, because they are public policy instruments of the controllers. In other words, the federal government, the states that have publicly defined roles by the national and subnational governments. And also they are not aimed only at financial return, but also results in terms of sustainable development. These are fundamental mechanisms to operate financing mechanisms, as well as providing resources for publicly established objectives. And secondly, because they are not only financial institutions, but also intelligence institutions with huge expertise to work with different segments and sectors in the localities where they operate. They know the profiles and needs of their clients and regions of operation. They are institutions that are capable of collecting and processing a huge range of information at the service of deeper risk analysis and returns and investment needs. In addition, they also seek to mobilize resources from different sources with better interest rates and longer deadlines. And lastly, because they work in networks and they build cooperation. The institutions of the system, they do not act individually. They try to establish coordinated and cooperative actions. In this sense, they make a link between resources from multilateral and international organizations such as the FDA and funds, public funds, and also at the national and subnational last mile institutions in order to articulate public policies at different levels, and also meeting or actually covering the whole national territory. COVID-19 was a lesson to be learned in the construction of transition agendas towards sustainability and inclusion. These characteristics that allow prompt action by the development system in face of the pandemic turns its members into key players for the next steps. and the construction of recovery policies that are aligned with sustainable development objectives. The COVID crisis was also a lesson for these institutions in Brazil and the world, bringing greater clarity about the roles and strategies that can deliver results with greater effectiveness. 3 lessons emerge. First, focus and targeting is necessary, and also tips that are agreed socially, pursuing clearly defined goals. We need to explore the potential of innovative instruments that will strengthen the role of development institutions as mobilizers of resources and funds from several sources, both international and private. The third lesson is related to the need to build more resilient societies, both socially and environmentally capable of absorbing more easily the risk of global crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic. This does not occur only in Brazil. The importance of public financial institutions in mobilizing resources for sustainable development agendas has been highlighted and renewed at the international level in the last rounds of global agreements since the Addis Ababa Agenda for Action and the recent financing summit. The modern perspective brings long-term financing to the center of the debate in meeting the needs of sustainable development priorities, as presented in the previous panel by our partner, Rebeca, and also Richard Martínez from the Inter-American Development Bank. In the case of Brazil, there are huge opportunities for investment in sustainable transition, which can help in our economic recovery. We know that the Brazilian economy was not going through its best moment when it was hit by the pandemic, and we were still recovering from loss of 6.7% experienced in the previous period. So in the deficit in the public sector in the same year actually reached 0.85% of the GDP, still dropping. And so in face of low investment rates and fiscal restrictions, we actually reached 4.3% of GDP in the next 10 years, according to calculations by the IGP. And the sustainable transition discussed in this event is an opportunity for investment, which can help in the recovery, especially in terms of sustainable infrastructure. A recent study by the Green Finance Program of the Prosperity Fund of the UK indicates opportunities of the order of 3.5 trillion reais in investments until 2040. This point was also highlighted in the speeches of authorities of several countries in the climate summit held last Thursday at the invitation of President Biden. And the transition policies towards more sustainable economy should be formulated as important drivers of employment in the next decades. And to this sense, the fundamental role played in mobilizing resources and also the characteristics mentioned previously make the system a key player in mobilizing the necessary resources for the transition towards a more sustainable economy and a more resilient society here in Brazil. The operation of the system is increasingly geared towards sustainable development, and through work strengthened in the scope of the ABDE, the financial development institutions are committed to aligning their operations and goals and targets with the 2030 agenda, building a framework, a shared framework that will allow them to integrate sustainable development objectives in the processes of analysis of credit and evaluation and monitoring, as well as mobilization of resources, transparency and reporting of its actions and operations to Brazilian society. It's a project that has the support of IDB, GIZ, CAFE, and now the French Development Agency as well. And as intelligence institutions, the development banks and agencies are preparing to monitor strategic information that will allow refining policies and redirecting resources towards sustainable investments, trying to integrate sustainability criteria in project pipelines with the private sector, especially with the public sector. The institutions have been also using innovative financial instruments supported by the several principles, the partnership, public-private partnerships to enable private resources in sustainable projects as well. And in this sense, two Brazilian institutions have pioneered the launching of the green bonds and also sustainable bonds. And also a pioneer is the Minas Gerais Development Bank. And so we are going to explore this experience on Thursday during the panel promoted by ABDE at this development forum. And lastly, the institution consolidating national and international networks working towards sustainable development in Brazil, and also serving as a vehicle to channel resources from partner institutions to projects in several localities. And I'd also like to highlight that the development system is aware of the challenges it faces and knows that it will have more chance of being successful if it articulates or brings together both national and subnational partners and international partners and coordinated networks that will serve not only to channel resources, but also to exchange experiences and strengthen institutional capacities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for this comprehensive and excellent overview of the system of development banks. And I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Rémy Rioux, who, as I mentioned briefly, took the initiative and chaired the major conference and summit of world leaders, where most of the development banks of the world were represented. And also he, at the same time, was heading this important agency, ABDE. So I'm not sure whether Rémy has a chance to sleep, but he seems to be at the same time in lots of different places. So it's a great pleasure to introduce you, Rémy.
Thanks a lot, dear Stephany. Well, you're a lighthouse for all of us in this work for so long, and especially last year. And thanks to ABDE for the invitation, and great pleasure to intervene after your president, dear Sergio, to present the role of development banks in the world of transition. So I have a small presentation I will pass through rapidly, maybe asking you, can you...
I think you need to forward.
So I wanted to start with the big picture, and you probably know this graph that is representing well the revolution we are living since 2015, adding a second dimension actually to how we think about development. So you know the human HDI, that's the usual vision of development. And since 2015, we added a second dimension, which is the ecological footprint vertically, meaning this other vulnerability. And I know that in Latin America and the Caribbean, this is particularly important to combine education, health, revenues with the the environment. And the lesson of this graph is that the world is divided into two groups of countries. Those that have a high human development index, but also an unsustainable ecological footprint on the right, and those that have a low HDI, but also a low footprint. And all of us, we have to transition to reach a world with, of course, good health, good education, but also a sustainable economic system and societies. And bad news is that nobody has landed in this zone for now. And so we certainly have to learn from each other, from our relations that are happening everywhere in the world. And we need financial instruments to organize it and to exchange and to invest and to make the transition as rapidly as possible. Next, please. Next slide. Yes, so I'll be short on this. This is the message of 2015, and my point is it is only reinforced by what are happening since 2020, because the need for the transition is only accelerating, and the crisis in this perspective is extremely different from that of 2008, 2009, the financial crisis. And this is also a moment where we see so many actors. The summit last Thursday on climate was exemplary in this perspective, hosted by Joe Biden, with so many leaders and financial institutions, all searching to build back better, all searching to reinvent, reorient the financial sector to face the counter-cyclical needs, as well as finance the structural transition. This is what we phrased Article 2.1c, the Paris Agreement I negotiated in 2025. Next slide. And it comes, of course, to the very key role that public development banks can play in this situation. Next, please. So Stephany already said it, but combine these 450 financial institutions amount to 2.3 trillion investments each year, meaning 10% of annual global investment, public and private. And they have this very unique role in the financial sectors that can provide the first mile as well as the last mile, that can liaise public and private, of course, term and long term, local and now global, and also help the definition of good public policies by providing concrete projects, concrete examples that they are doable, and that the governments can be confident to go in the right direction because they have at their disposal their public financial institutions that can deliver as expected without, of course, creating political difficulties. And then this is certainly a very important role for these institutions in each and every constituency. Next slide, please. We started this demonstration about 10 years ago. It will be the birthday by the end of the year of the International Development Finance Club. You probably know that BNDES, of course, was a founding father or mother, a founding member of the IDFC back in 2011. Now we are we are 26 national, regional, and international development banks. It's a very unique place of cooperation, very different from what the world of ODA was about. It's really about working together, comparing our methodologies, and also pledging as one. We did it especially in 2019 during the UN Climate Action Summit in September that year, when we committed to provide 1 trillion climate finance by 2025 as a club. And I think this commitment raised attention by the international community, and it helped us go one step further. Next slide, please. A year afterwards, in 2020, by gathering, inviting to the first Finance in Common Summit, which was, as Sergio and Stephany already told you, the largest ever gathering of nearly all associations, I mean, all public development banks in the world. We committed to a joint declaration that is surprisingly maybe, but extremely ambitious, revealing probably the very deep consensus that exists between all the CEOs of these institutions. This is what I got from the summit. I mean, this message from Paris and the SDGs resonates deeply, very strongly in our community. We launched several sub coalitions, somehow identifying a sort of I would say global public financial architecture. The crisis we're living on. And we also started expressing a common voice, which is also a first. Central banks, they have a global voice, of course. BIS, NGFS, the governments, of course, they have a global voice. The UN, the G20, therefore, civil society has a global voice also. The private sector, commercial banks, investors, they have a global voice. That was not the case of public banks until last year. And I think this fragmentation was detrimental because this voice is helpful, not to replace the others, but to contribute to imagine and implement common, collective, inclusive, positive solutions. And so this group with the multilateral development banks at the top, of course, of the pyramid, but able to work as platforms and to embark hundreds of their peers in a single movement. This is something we started to visualize and hopefully implement a few months ago. Next slide. So now we have to do it. That's the challenge of year two. And of course, there's no better region than Latin America and the Caribbean to do it, to make a demonstration of this common understanding and collective action. This is, of course, so much needed because of the depths of the COVID-19 in your region. So no need to explain what is happening. You know way better than I. But it's certainly a very unique, innovative action to help the region escape this situation. Next slide, please. And of course, Latin America is a dream region for public development banks. 85 institutions, about 20% of the 450 existing in the world. 34 in Brazil, if I'm right. That's a world record, probably. So Brazil has a very special lesson, special say to share with the rest of the world. And of course, you all know what ABDE and ABDE for the whole region are providing very strong, very efficient networks to help their members to progress in the way they do business. Next slide, please. We know it very well at AFD, so the National Public Development Bank of France. I'm heading because, like KfW or others, this is a very operational issue for us. Because you are members of ABDE, you are our clients, and so we know very precisely what you are doing, the credibility of your financing. So I was just mentioning that we have ongoing projects with BRDE, BDMG, BNDES, and ongoing discussions with Bampara, BDS, DSP, Desenbaia, Banco do Brasil. Philippe Orliange, our regional director based in Brasilia, is in this virtual room, leading all these very important for us and very active discussions with all of you. And we started this year a cooperation, as Sergio mentioned it, with ABDE to work on what SDGs alignment means for all of us. Next slide. Very shortly, also highlight the launch of this new coalition of subnational development banks. That is extremely important because they have the capacity to reach very deeply in our constituency, the cities, the communities, and of course they can convince, they can help change the way we invest, the way we consume, like no international organization, including AFD, will ever be able to do it. So I wanted to thank Sergio on this as well, because he was instrumental in launching this specific coalition and a global voice. I close by next slide, please. By saying that, of course, this is only a start, fragile as every start, but promising. And we count on all of you to pursue, join forces, speak with one collective voice, and of course, as I try to demonstrate it, operationalize, because we can only contribute to the global dialogue because we are financing very concrete operations, and this is our responsibility. This is the beauty of what we are providing, and this is what is expected and needed. And yes, we will have several occasions to demonstrate it in 2021. We are working these days for a Finance in Common event about Africa, because there's a very important summit on financing African economies in the crisis by May the 18th. So by May the 11th, there will be an occasion to also highlight the role of public development banks, African public development banks, with the African Development Bank, of course, leading. The Generation Equality Forum will be also an important step to demonstrate what we can do for gender equality, of course, part of our DNA, and now completely incorporated in the way our institutions are doing business. And last but not least, yes, we had the honor last Thursday at the Leaders Climate Summit to listen to Prime Minister Mario Draghi as the head of state of Italy, of course, but even more important as the chair of the G20 this year, and also partner of COP26 on climate. And so Prime Minister Draghi announced that there will be a second edition of the Financing Commons Summit by next autumn as part of the G20 agenda. So very important recognition, encouragement for our coalition to move forward and do more. The idea of our Italian colleagues is probably to have a research conference last year, also create a place where we can demonstrate that the coalition is progressing, but also have a specific focus probably on food security, agrobusiness, biodiversity preservation, adaptation to climate change, this nexus of this that will come so strong by the second semester with there's a UN summit in September on this, but also COP15 and COP26. And so have a signal by public banks at the heart of this set of meetings, again, to be helpful, to mobilize other actors, and to demonstrate our shareholders, the governments, that they have solutions, or at least that they have willing institutions to help them invent what is needed in such a deep crisis, and to spur a much needed transformation of our world in transition. I stop here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Rémy, for such a visionary presentation, and for the good news that there will be a second FIC summit, and your comments about how successful the first one was, and the integration with the need for sustainable development, sustainable and inclusive. I think I'm now supposed to provide comments, but I think it'd be more interesting if I can ask questions from our two excellent panelists. And I was thinking, because Sergio has been in his excellent presentation a little bit modest about the achievements of the Banco de Minas Gerais, which, as Rémy mentioned, is a sort of last mile institution, as Sergio always mentions it. And I was going to ask if you could elaborate a little bit your vision of subnational development banks and the role they can play within this global architecture in a green transition, perhaps giving some examples, and also, what are the challenges that you face, for example, in mobilizing resources to do the task at sufficient scale. And if I may also ask Rémy, I think he spoke very eloquently about the need for development banks to increasingly have a common voice. And I think that's very important. As he said, other institutions like central banks, governments have a common voice, and he's now helping create, and the Association of Development Banks are helping create this more cooperative common voice. I find it always very striking that development banks on the whole don't seem to compete with each other, but look at ways how they can complement each other. And I find that quite refreshing, because often with private banks, although they have many strengths, they are always trying to compete, whereas I think the development banks are trying to grow. So I would ask Rémy how that voice can be operationalized, what his vision is for how it can be applied in particular sectors or activities. I don't know, it could be financial regulation, common instruments, common monitoring mechanisms, and especially I think in the context of this green and inclusive transition. So if I could ask Sergio first, please, to elaborate. I think we unfortunately have only 10 minutes for both of you gentlemen, but I'm sure the answers will be very rich.
Muito obrigado, professora Stephany.
Thank you, Professor Stephany. It's a great question. I am wearing two hats, president of ABDE and also president of the Development Bank of Minas Gerais. With it's celebrating its 59th anniversary this year. As I said in the opening of the panel, development banks and financial development institutions in Brazil have been through several tests and challenges and adaptations along their history. In the case of the Minas Gerais Bank, it was no different. First, the bank has been trying to operate efficiently, delivering on the ground with quality, with efficiency, with a vision that the bank is above all a platform for mobilizing resources, platform for structuring projects, and a knowledge platform where we establish exchanges, agreements, partnerships. We can train our teams, we can learn about the realities and programs deployed by sister institutions in other parts of the world that have similarities with our challenges here in Minas Gerais, for example. It seems an efficient and modern way to get a public institution such as ours to play its role and its mandate as established in its when it was created. So that's why we use a digital platform to operate with micro and small companies. Also on diversity programs where we support micro and small companies where women detain at least 50% of the social capital. These are companies led by women. On this digital platform, we also operate with the municipalities, reminding you that in Minas Gerais, we have 853 municipalities in the state of Minas Gerais, over 80% with less than 20,000 inhabitants. So it's a history of capillarity and efficiency to reach all these municipalities with a digital platform, with a special line for financing sustainable cities, helping mitigate and adapt municipal infrastructures to the effects of climate change as well. And also there are projects aligned with the UN 2030 agenda. Simultaneously, this global voice that Rémy helped shape through the Summit Financing in Common and other partnerships of the French Development Agency will facilitate a range of collaborations, also in the collaboration and co-financing with other development institutions, both at national and international levels, allowing the sharing of risks and operation in more challenging regions where there is a lot of scope for development institutions. And lastly, we try to operate on the ground with scale and capillarity so that we can transform reality as last mile banks and implement the global agendas. Also, very often drawing on the rating rating, the high ratings that international multilateral institutions or even the French Development Agency in the raising of resources that we can mobilize very efficiently on the ground so that we can also help our international partners, helping them to fulfill their mandates and strategies as well. So it's a win-win relationship and a kind of cascade that begins with the major multilateral banks coming down through the regional development banks and agencies and international agencies and getting to the national banks and subnational banks very efficiently in a collaborative strategy that is very interesting and greatly facilitated by the kind of meeting that we're having today. So this is what I would like to respond to you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for such a clear answer and also very visionary of this broad development finance architecture, which has always sort of existed implicitly, but now with the Fixing Common, with your initiatives, is actually being developed as we speak. With this, I would like to ask Rémy if he could elaborate more on this expansion of the voice and how it can be operationalized, because I think his leadership on this will be very valuable, and how, for example, these dimensions of low carbon and inclusiveness, both domestically and internationally, can be developed better through this common voice.
Thank you, Stephany and Sergio. I can only reinforce what Sergio said about the partnership between BDMG and AFD. Yes, you were talking about complementarity. You were talking, Stephany, about a world of cooperation more than competition. And this is what we are doing together. We do not have the same mandate, of course. I'm an international actor. Sergio is a subnational development bank. But what we realized through the various credit lines and discussions and research and partnerships now beyond ourselves that we are doing together is that we share the same values and that we're part of a bigger scheme that is organizing itself and where hopefully each actor will identify its added value and some sort of collective intelligence will allocate, especially the concessional resources, where their potential will be higher to originate way more quality projects than today. And to demonstrate to the rest of the ecosystem that this is possible. So yes, we have to do our homework between public development banks for sure. And on this, I really want to commend and thank our multilateral colleagues because, of course, they are key. They have globally with the World Bank or in each region with the multilateral like the IDB, they have a special legitimacy that is multilateral and they have also special resources. And so they have a special role to play, helping, yes, make this scheme explicit and probably change the center of gravity of the whole system to make it closer to the communities, to make it closer to the the projects probably than today, in a sort of a seamless architecture. Again, as Sergio and I are referring to. That's for our homework. Of course, this is interesting, but it's interesting only in our capacity. You're right, Stephany, to liaise and help the work of other actors. And so that's why the G20 recognition is so important, because it's a new signal showing that governments, our shareholders, will pay attention to what we are building. And so I hope that by the summit in Italy in November, we will have demonstrate our usefulness even strongly than today. You mentioned central banks. Of course, they are these days providing so much liquidity that has to land somewhere. And so I know central bankers that are very attentive to what we are doing to help this creation of money transform into concrete projects. And they are also our supervisors. So they can, for a decarbonized economy, they can certainly progressively instill incentives in the system for us, but also for private entities to go in the right direction. And you know, for climate first, then for biodiversity, then what is discussed these days in the world of central bank, which is fascinating. Private finance also can help us a lot transform, structure ourselves. We are in a very special moment where private financiers are turning to us, probably because they know that they will not be able to guarantee the returns that were expected from them, but their shareholders are not convinced yet. So they are waiting for de-risking instruments, the time for them to explain that the world has changed and that you have to factor in other dimensions that were not priced for now in the way they were working. And last but not least, especially in your region, I think that civil society can also help, because we are very special instruments in our capacity as public entities, of course, but also as concrete actors to dialogue with civil society organization and provide a sort of entry point for them in the public system. Again, not to be only in advocacy, but also to help find common ground and in a very political way to contribute to the much needed consensus in each and every country if we want to face in a sustainable way the crisis. So I stop here, but you know, we have to do it between ourselves, and others will also help from the outside to have the group move forward.
Thank you very much, both Sergio and Rémy. Just to comment very briefly, because we're running late, I think that the last concept that Rémy gave about how central banks with massive liquidity, how the large savings in the world, and also private funds are looking at ways that they can, and Stiglitz always talks about this, how they can channel especially long-term finance to the right projects that are so crucial for sustainable and inclusive development and dynamic development. And I think development banks are public development banks are increasingly recognized now as this mechanism and instrument, or one of the key mechanisms and instruments. And I think this battle is being won internationally in Europe, where, for example, the role of the European Investment Bank is continually increased, where practically every country now has a national development bank. In Asia, growing interest also in Africa. And I think this is something that Latin America must see with interest, this growing enthusiasm for public development banks, because Latin America were pioneers, as you both pointed out initially, in creating development banks, but sometimes it's lost a little bit the enthusiasm. But I think it's good to bring this international dimension through presentations like that of Rémy, to show how there is a growing interest in these development banks, particularly they're well run. So thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure to be able to chair this brilliant presentations, and I look forward to future discussions. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Stephany, Sergio.
Muito bem, então assim nós encerramos, né, esse momento da mesa redonda.
Very well, with that we can close this round table. I would like to thank Sergio Gusmão, Rémy, Rioux, and our brilliant moderator, Stephany Griffith-Jones. Before we move forward to the next round panel, I would like to talk to you about the Cumulus magazine, an ABDE publication. In this last edition, we have the topic, what should come after the storm? This is the question that the journal Humus tries to answer in its latest edition. It is available in digital form in the website www.abde.org.br. The Humus magazine is discussing Brazilian development for 45 years. We have several awards, and it's a recommended reading material from the Ministry of Education for Humanities and Social Sciences. In the website, you can also find past editions of the magazine, so it's worth the visit. Moving on with our program.
O Sistema Nacional de Fomento.
The national development system between the COVID-19 crisis and the sustainable recovery. So to debate this topic, we invite Otaviano Canuto, senior member of the Brookings Institution. We also have the president of Sebrae Nacional, Carlos Melis, and the director of government of Banco do Brasil, and the first vice president of ABDE, Enio Martínez Ferreira. We have the director of risks and control of Sicov Bank and director of Rubens Rodrigues Filho, and the president director of development Paraná and director of ABDE, Geraldo Alves das Neves, to moderate this conversation. We give the floor to Professor Otaviano Canuto. Welcome, Professor. Good morning once again. It is my pleasure to be a part of this forum, especially thankful for this role of moderating this topic and this panel on this very relevant topic. COVID-19 brought this natural catastrophe whose consequences have unfolded into shocks in economies and finance. It is an unprecedented crisis with impacts over financial markets, production chains, and vulnerable people. And this has added new items to the transition agendas in the country and in the world. We have just seen in the previous roundtable. Counter-cyclical nature of the development services made very clear the role of the financial institutions to help in this recovery. The national development system, with which is a number of state institutions that offer long-term credit, has had a growth of 41% in its credit portfolio, with micro and small companies last year reaching 210 billion reais. The national development system also has a contribution to make, in the sense that recovery should take place with the reinforcement of sustainability, inclusion, and more participation. And we have a very special group of people to address this topic. We have Carlos Melles, President of National SEBRAE, Enio Matias Ferreira, Director of Government for Banco do Brasil and first Vice President of ABDE, Rubens Rodrigues Filho, Director of Risks and Control of Cicobi Bank, and Heraldo Alves das Neves, Director of Paraná for the ABDE. Each speaker will have 10 minutes each. And with the floor, Carlos Melles. Thank you very much, Canuto. It is my pleasure to see you once again, even though it is through Zoom, a meeting, and I would like to invite or to thank you for inviting me to this event, Rebeca, Grynspan, and moderator Richard Martínez, Rémy, Rioux, and our moderator Stephany, Griffith-Jones. I'd like to greet all of the friends that will converse in this round table. SEBRAE is very honored to be a part of this debate, and happy to make a contribution on the topic of development banks. We have the honor to be a part of of having the ABDE in the deliberation board of SEBRAE, and Sergio has participated in giving brilliant contributions with us. So unfortunately, a pandemic is like a war, and wars, just as the pandemic is, they show where our limits lie, and they expand the limits as well. So you can foster gains on one side and bring misery on other sides of life. So last week I had a meeting with Minister Paulo Guedes and President Bolsonaro, and we said that, well, tax collection is increasing, but misery or poverty is also increasing. So we are moving away from equality. We are actually worsening the inequalities. And the role of SEBRAE in this moment, well, that has always been the role of SEBRAE, is to give support to the 7 million SMEs that we have in Brazil, and individual micro entrepreneurs. Our country is very enthusiastic about entrepreneurship. Well, that doesn't mean we are good managers. The dream of being an entrepreneur alone is necessary, but it's not sufficient. So SEBRAE in this crisis has placed itself as it should. Well, we are here side by side with you, and Marco Zero, and the projects aimed at protecting the employment, because micro and small companies in Brazil, they employ most of the people in Brazil, 75% of employments.
30%, we account for 30% of the national GDP, and also, well, the government played its role relatively well. The measures taken by the government, not only in terms of the emergency support, as well as the more flexible rules for employment, and Pronambi, the financing for micro and small companies. And also, I'd like to point out, since this is a clear reality for us, the role that Sergio Gusmão has played in the BDMG. It's a new development bank of Minas Gerais, and also the Roberto Campos Neto, president of governor of the Central Bank of Brazil, also demonstrating the more flexible rules for access to credit. So the SEBRAE that Brazil needs, we are at your side, and what we seek is first, digitalize as much as possible, associating ourselves to major platforms and marketplaces, using all the necessary tools, entering partnerships with Facebook, with WhatsApp, bringing as much as possible, as much complementarity as possible, and facilitating digital access. We also have, always in partnership with governments, been trying to implement or show that SEBRAE is supporting implementation of several programs very dynamically, in a very dynamic role, not only in fostering credit, but also entrepreneurial education. So the biggest challenge that we face now is to support. We have been conducting several surveys and research with Getúlio Vargas Foundation, Dom Cabral Foundation, and others. We've been conducting an analysis of the needs of micro and small companies. And so we'd like to bring here to this event, and we spoke with the president last week. There was an unfortunate issue regarding the budget. The non-sanctioning of the budget has actually limited the support. The situation was bad in 2020, but 2021 will be worse. And so January, February, March, and until now, April, we haven't had, apart from the emergency support, we are actually struggling with several issues, as the income revenue has decreased 40% without working capital, and a situation that is quite severe. We are studying with the government not only the Pronami measures and also the provisional measure, and we are also, based on the revenue of micro and small companies, we are studying a relaxing of payment. Minister Paulo Guedes mentioned 6 months for some sectors. We are improving this together with the Ministry of the Economy, with Secretary Saxida and SEBRAE, to issue an emergency measure to aid, to help micro and small companies. It's important to say that last year, Brazil broke the record of fostering of micro companies, thanks to development banks, Banco do Brasil, Caixa Econômica, and other banks. But that's still we need to invest more in the sector of micro and small companies in order to help them promote, play their role in promoting development in the country. So I'm happy to participate in the debate and consolidate certain positions. Thank you, Canuto. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for bringing such substantive comments in such a short time. I'd like to invite Enio now. Enio. Thank you, Professor Canuto. Good morning to all of you who are watching us. I'd like to greet the participants of this panel, President Carlos Melles from SEBRAE, my friend Rubens from Bancobi, who also, and also Janete. Is Janete participating? I don't think so. From Fomento Paraná, I am trying to replace her absence. It's good to see you. It's a pleasure to participate. in this event. And initially, I'd like to congratulate ABDE, represented by President Sergio Gusmão, for holding this development forum aimed at looking for paths and discussing Brazilian development. We are in a world in transition, and the pandemic has actually accelerated changes in society, bringing huge challenges for the whole world. And in tackling such challenges, it is more evident that we need to make efforts towards new solutions, and the productive system needs our support in order to resume its activities gradually and as quickly as possible. In this context, the national system of development is active, working with governments at the federal, state, and municipal levels to implement public policies that will allow resumption of economic activities. At Bank of Brazil, our purpose is to look after what is most valuable for people, and we have adopted several measures and used several measures to fight the effects of the pandemic. And I would like to share some of these actions that have been adopted, and so I will quickly share some slides with you. So, of the actions implemented by the bank, I'd like to highlight first the support to public policies. Bank of Brazil has been working in partnership, especially with the Ministry of the Economy and Ministry of Citizenry, and SEBRAE has been a major partner. We've been talking a lot with President Mendes. And so I'd like to highlight the emergency support. Bank of Brazil has directly made available 11.7 billion reais in credit, with 9.5 million in credit. And another is the emergency grant proposed by the federal government. Bank of Brazil is a financial agent in the operation of this program, and making available credit, and more than 16.4 billion reais have already been paid. Very quickly, in an agile manner, in partnership with FEBRAPAN, benefiting more than 20 million people. And also, another very important program that Bank of Brazil was operating institution was the Brasil Conta Comigo, Brazil Count on Me, together with the Ministry of Health, paying 491,000 bonuses to health professionals in the front line, amounting to 336 million reais in a very transparent and agile manner. In employment generation, as President Carlos Mendes mentioned, we know that small and micro and small companies, and they are responsible to approximately 30% of the country's wealth. We have the PRONAMP program, a major challenge, bringing a lot of benefit to society, where Bank of Brazil had the opportunity to be the financial agent for this program. First, making payments and direct operations to clients, micro and small companies. So until now, 7 billion reais in disbursements, totaling 112,000 operations. And Bank of Brazil, in the role of financial agent as a guaranteeing fund, it has managed 38 billion reais used as guarantee with any financial institution joining the program, and over 500,000 operations. And in the PEAC Maquininhas, another program by the federal government in partnership with BNDES, Bank of Brazil disbursed 2.2 billion reais, contemplating 76,000 customers, totaling 71% of the total program. When we observe these challenges, we see that several digital mechanisms have been deployed to meet the needs of the population, especially so that citizens don't have to leave their homes. And so solutions were created specifically for this situation. We contributed with the payment of the staff working during the election. So over 1 million in payments were made without a need for these electorals to leave home and go to the bank. And this was done in a very transparent and agile manner. And regarding the telephone central, which was created to cater to beneficiaries of this program with 1.9 million calls, and also 32 billion reais were disbursed in digital operation authorizations, and payments were made directly to current accounts identified by the beneficiaries. And in terms of emergency support, partnerships with states and municipalities were entered. 96,000 beneficiaries of these partnerships received payment, and we quickly created digital channels through WhatsApp and chat, contemplating 21,000 calls a day, which is key to benefiting this population. And also the proof of life, which is a necessary condition for pensioners. We quickly created a solution and implemented facial biometrics and also fingerprint identification, and several functionalities that we quickly implemented, benefiting 520,000 people, so that these pensioners would not need to go to physical branches of Bank of Brazil in order to provide proof of life for pension purposes. And here we have some of the direct actions: donation to Rioux, both by Bank of Brazil and partner institutions. The Bank of Brazil Foundation has been strongly working to raise resources and making direct donations to partner institutions, nonprofit institutions. And so we created the coronavirus website to raise funds and to give to the population the necessary information for the purpose of rendering of accounts. Also, import funding and donation for purchase of food and cleaning and hygiene products were also made. In terms of, well, here a highlight from the Bank of Brazil Foundation, with the implementation of a program to purchase food from the Green Belt with great results. The foundation, through the funds raised, is purchasing production from the Green Belt and donating to the people in greatest need.
This is for credit operations as well. Different credit lines were put available. We have changed the processes to make it more agile, and we started the program Municipal Efficiency. We dedicated 3 billion reais, expanding the target public from 500 to 3,000 municipalities, and also collecting direct resources for health and food. So different actions that were implemented in Banco do Brasil. Just to mention a few examples, the purpose is to combat the effects of the pandemic, and this really shows the commitment of our institution with productive efforts and the sustainability of the economy. We know how important the national development system is in terms of supporting citizens and companies. I believe that the joining of our efforts with all of our participants and institutions, we can together contribute even further for the recovery of the economy and also solving the social issues of the Brazilian population. We know that together we are strong and we can do much more. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Renew. Now we give the floor to Rubens. Thank you, Otaviano. I'd like to greet everyone watching. Enio, Carlos, Geraldo, Otaviano. The importance of the participation of our President Sergio, Gustavo, Montezano. They brought very important information on the pillars of the BNDES, Rémy and Stephany as well. Thank you very much, Enio, Carlos, for the actions you took so far. I will take my time to speak as a representative of financial cooperativism within the national development system. I'm a participant of the ABDE, and I'll present some information about our system, which is a cooperative financial system. The central bank calls it a national system of cooperative credit. I will share some slides regarding the topic to give you an idea of how we are organized within the national financial system and within the national development system. You may know that within the national development systems, among the members of the ABDE, we have the cooperative systems, Sicobi, which I represent, Sicredi, Cressol. These are the three important cooperative systems. We are actually 9. In addition to these 3, we have Unicred as a participant of the 3rd level systems. They are banks and confederations. We have some on the central level, second level, ILOS, Uniprime, Credit Suisse, Secopi, and some cooperatives that are not members yet. Global numbers of this system. We are 9 organized cooperative systems, 847 cooperatives spread out all over Brazil, 2 cooperative banks. So we have Sicredi Bank and Sicobi. These are 2 banks. 12.7 million cooperative members of 6,480 agencies, 2,787 municipalities serviced, 234 of which have exclusive service made by cooperatives. We have here the figures for our assets, credit operations, deposits, and liquid assets. We are talking about the global numbers of the national cooperative credit system, composed of all of those I presented in the previous slide. So we have the big numbers here. We had in the last 5 years an evolution, a significant evolution in terms of credit operations, in the order of 20% growth, and the average of the financial system growth was 4.1. In assets, we've grown 20%, and the average was 6.7. In total deposits, 22% against 14 in the financial system, and liquid assets of 12%. These are all figures taken from the central bank. EF data is a database on financial information, and these are information used by the president of Central Bank, Roberto Campos Neto, last week to present on the launching of the institutional agenda of cooperative actions in Brazil. In Cicobi, which is one of the systems, we had the growth in the we had a growth in the average. We have almost 100 billion reais in credit operations, 160 billion in total assets.
Qual é o nosso posicionamento no ranking?
So what is our position in the ranking of the national financial system? Cicobi
aparece como a sétima instituição do sistema financeiro em operações de crédito.
In terms of credit operation, 8th on total assets, 7th in liquid assets, 6th in total deposits, and the 2nd in the number of service points. Second only to Banco do Brasil. This participation in the ranking, we know that there is a huge concentration.
Ou maiores instituições,
the 5 main institutions are holding 80% the operation.
A sexta, sétima, oitava instituição.
Being the 6th or 7th and 8th institutions in the financial system at large means to
em torno de 20%.
Have a share of 20%. In terms of market share, 5.5% in the national cooperative credit system. So 5% are in the credit operations, 5.5% for total assets, 7.5% for net equity, and 5.6% in deposits, and 25% in service points. We have the strategy of expanding these service points. We aim to connect people in order to bring financial justice and prosperity. And we have a very vast territory to occupy in Brazil, providing direct service to our communities. As Enio informed, we all are part of the emergency programs released by the government. PESI, PRONAMP, PEAC, SEBRAE, CGPE. We have invested 5.5 billion in the first thrust of this, in the first front of these emergency programs. We are now in the second line. And in addition, we have released with our own resources around 1 billion reais to take care of emergency issues regarding the members of the cooperatives, the credit cooperatives in Cicobi. Regarding sustainability, the Cicobi Institute has released the impact report in 2020, a few days ago. And in that report, we list a few pieces of information regarding our participation in the sustainability agenda, social and environmental topics. I should highlight in this list the activity of the credit cooperative system regarding financial education. We have a sustainability agenda by the central bank, and in addition to the ABC hashtag, we have inclusion and education. These are all very important parts of the credit cooperative system action. So a very significant number of people were reached in the ENF week, which is the week of financial education. And we are very proud to be an active part of this. Financial inclusion and financial education and support to the development of the communities is the essence of cooperative efforts. Some examples of what we do face-to-face in the national territory. We take educational programs to people, financial education, financial clinics, and should also highlight our participation in international terms with the International Confederation of Popular Banks, headquartered in Brussels, in Belgium. And in May, next month, Brazil will take office as the chair country of this institution. These are 9 countries: BDMG, Desjardins in Belgium, German, Argentina, Sicobi here in Brazil. Sicobi will be the president, the chair institution starting next year in programs like this, which we are presenting here, provide effective support to inclusion, to financial inclusion in education. These are shared by all of these institutions in the countries, and we're very proud to be a part of this. In our sustainability pillar of the BC hashtag agenda, I should highlight the recent initiatives of Central Bank regarding the policies of social, environmental, and climate responsibility. So the cooperative systems have as principle to act close to society. So inclusion, education, and also the protection of the environment, while respecting very strongly what our regulations define and the policies which are requested by our regulator, the central bank. So I should close by saying that the Sicob system works with 3 purposes, 3 main objectives in its agenda, very much focused on the sanitation emergence, and also while observing, or actually the health emergencies. The health emergencies of a very severe and cruel component, at the same time as it allows us to work towards responsibility, labor policies, and many other points. With that, we act in 3 main purposes: to support people, especially in the micro and small companies, and the communities that are in contingency situations, through products and services that support the sustainable resolution of financial problems. Secondly, to act with micro and small companies and communities in the reviewing and adjusting of processes in financial inclusion and education, and entrepreneurship and cooperative efforts. I believe that this point is very much in line with one of the pillars presented by President Gustavo Montezano, which is the pillar of the project factory. Projects that bring forth intelligence and effective actions to support the reviewing of operational processes of companies and communities. And lastly, as the 3rd point, to prepare the institutions of the Sicob system for the opportunities brought about by the current moment, open banks, digital transformation. All these elements are major transformations in the social, economic, financial relations, always having as steering wheel the sustainable development. That was it for my part. From my part, Otaviano. Thank you. Thank you, Rubens. Now we'll hear from Heraldo.
Thank you, Professor. Good morning to all of you. I'd like to greet our professor and a reference to us Brazilians, Professor Otaviano Canuto, the moderator of our roundtable. I'd also like to greet President of Sebrae Nacional, President Carlos Melis, highlighting the importance of Sebrae, especially in maintaining and expanding business, and also in the pandemic, an institution that I was privileged to serve as a member representing ABDE in the Fiscal Council, the Fiscal Board. Also greet my peers, Rodrigo from Sicobi, Enio Ferreira, and I'd like to greet President Sergio Gusmão and all the panelists and lecturers in this important forum. I'm going to share a presentation, if you can please. Yes. So I'm going to talk about the Fomento Paraná case and our contribution during the pandemic. Fomento Paraná is a financial institution, part of the national development system, and it has celebrated its 21st anniversary. And along the 21 years, the biggest challenge has been to help alleviate the effects of the pandemic on economic activity. We celebrated our 21st anniversary in November. And as other partners in the system, our mission is to contribute towards sustainable economic development. Now, providing some context, Fomento Paraná operates with its own resources and intermediate resources and managing important funds for the maintenance of our productive base in Paraná. We manage the Economic Development Fund, important in development of infrastructure and in sectors such as the industrial sector of Paraná. It helped a lot in the distribution of industrial cities. It is a credit equalizing instrument, and also we manage the Rural Guarantee Fund to make credit lines compatible. We also have the PPPs, the Public-Private Partnership Guaranteeing Fund, and the Guaranteeing Fund, the FAG. One of the consequences of the program, part of a program with a lot of contribution from Sebrae Paraná, and we also participated in the operations of Banestado. And also two fronts, we have two fronts, financing the municipal governments, that is our main portfolio, basically taking financing for pavements and machines and equipment, construction of public facilities and equipment, utilities in general. We also have a more recent operation and prioritization of the private sector, providing around 12 million in credit to the private sector, including microcredit and more structured lines. The last one was made available for the tourist sector. Our operation base is fundamentally based on partnerships with a public partnership with urban secretariats. Paraná Cidades is an important organization in structuring investment and infrastructure projects. And in the private sector, we basically have partnerships with municipal governments in the state. With 399 municipalities, we are present in more than 240 municipalities and a network of almost 300 credit agents available. And we also rely on partnerships with correspondents, especially for actions intermediated by the industrial and commercial associations in Paraná. Now, on a quick context of our actions in the pandemic. We have a program catering to municipalities and companies in a situation of calamity, and since April with the issuing of Law Paraná Recupera, we have been able, without too much red tape, to offer suspending of loan payment and financing payment. And so it's a law that allows Fomento Paraná to act quickly and permanently in situations of calamity such as the one we are experiencing now. And so basically our action regarding the pandemic was to suspend or postpone all payments from all our clients. From the beginning, in the beginning of the pandemic, we had 16,000 active clients. And so the first initiative was to make available to our public the possibility of suspending and renegotiating loan operations or funding operations with Fomento Paraná. We estimated last year, involving also new credit lines and conditions in terms of deadlines and interest rates, around 540 million guys, and to allow for the postponing of payment and also reformed credit lines in terms of interest and deadlines and new lines made available to address the effects of the pandemic. And focusing on micro and informal companies, we had additional funds from the Treasury of the state of Paraná, also thanks to fiscal efforts, and we have actually raised resources together with BNDES. And so the source of resources are stated here on the slide. What do we offer to the private sector? From the beginning of the pandemic, as I already mentioned, suspension of payments, amortization of loans, and initially we offered suspension of payment from April to August 2020 with the possibility of renegotiation and postponing payment and up to 24 months depending on the sources of these lines. Our main portfolio that we have with the municipalities we also offered suspension of payment of installments for 180 days up to December last year initially. Thanks to complementary law 173 of 2020 from the federal government, in addition to suspending the charging of credit reserve rates. Also, basically, credit lines for the private sector, we offer on the request of our governor, targeting especially micro and small entrepreneurs, micro companies. These are the main focus. Informal entrepreneurs, 1,500, and with BRDE, we have well, why did we establish this limit? We have limits with our main partners, BNDES especially, but also BRDE. Our expectation was to dilute as much as possible the availability of resources in order to address the lines. And so we offer facilitated lines in terms of interest and deadlines. And so in terms of interest rates for lines up to 6,000, we defined a TJLP for the credit operations and a grace period of 12 months. And that's for micro and small companies, especially informal ones. And so employment maintenance credit lines from 6,000 to 20,000 reais. These are lines that we actually reformed their conditions in terms of interest rates. Now, quickly, the beginning of the pandemic. In March, we launched an economic measure package. We made our platform available on the 27th of March. In the initial week, we had more than 15,000 credit requests on our platform. And there was the sanctioning of the Paraná Recupera law, allowing us to offer suspension of payment of installments, and we also approved the normative framework. We prioritized, as I said, informal and small entrepreneurs with credit lines of up to 6,000 and later with higher amounts. At the end of beginning of May, we began with the FAG fund to guarantee the operations of Fungetur. Fungetur does not allow, well, the Ministry of Tourism does not allow the FAG guarantee as a guarantee instrument. So we have put in place this mechanism for the tourism sector. We purchased new quotas from the BNDES FGI. We integrated our platform with that of the Trade Board. And we have started a line dedicated to the transport sector, including vans involved in school transportation and tourist transportation. And so we provided this line in order to alleviate the effects of the pandemic on these activities. We signed agreements with FAN and SEBRAE, and in September, we finalized this line of up to 6,000 reais. Regarding our agenda in catering to all the credit requests, we had to adapt, and so the law that allowed the possibility of processing of micro credits, adapting, and actually we started the operation of our platform to process credit requests in a fully digital manner, and we did this in a very short time. Since our action is mostly carried out in partnerships, as all economic activities, our partners also were practicing social distancing, and so we raised awareness of our partners, and so that help us in registration and processing.
Likewise, we had to conduct a huge internal movement to readaptation of our personnel to personalize the credit operations, and totaling 61,000 credit requests received last year. We managed to process around 30,000 of the contracts, and that was a financial dimension of 30 million reais, summing to public sector operations. We closed last year with almost 600 million in new operations in Fomento Paraná. Unfortunately, we had to refuse by different reasons, but mostly enrollment problems and problems with the central bank around 31,500 proposals, and new credit operations, plus our work in retaining resources, about 800 million reais that we managed to maintain in our economy. For our dimension, this is an extraordinary volume of resources that we managed to allocate in the state of Paraná. So this is what I had to present to you. Thank you very much, President Sergio, for the opportunity of having us, well, for the opportunity for us to present to you. Thank you. Thank you, Heraldo, and thanks to the other speakers for the excellent presentations. COVID-19 crisis has struck our region, at least last year, more intensely than in other places of the world. Something that really called the attention was the fact that Brazil, in the first half of the year, the projections of what would take place in our country were terrible. I live in Washington, but follow very closely the work in the institutions, IMF and World Bank, where I worked for over 15 years. So the perspectives of the evolution of the Brazilian GDP last year, the first half of the year, were -9%, -8% GDP drop. However, differently from other countries in the region, we ended up having a 4.1% decrease in the GDP, which really surprised those who were expecting, as I said, in these institutions, more accentuated recession. And the core explanation for this positive surprise has been the response in terms of policies for flattening the recession in the financial side. Of course, within the fiscal space limitations, the country is mandated to operate for some time. This is what we managed even then, to provide a fiscal and financial response. Part of the explanation for this puzzle, this enigma, was made clear in the 4 presentations we had. The responses in terms of provisions and actions to mitigate the effects of the crisis. And I want to highlight the complementarity. Really, it really shows the synergy of the different actions, ABDE, in terms of supporting digitization and the operation of the credit lines in Banco do Brasil. Also very important to highlight the interaction cooperation of Fomento Paraná with BRE and BNDES, as well as it's mentioned by Rubens. This is a characteristic which favors us, which is the capillarity of the banks. And what Rubens mentioned in terms of cooperative action, this makes a very big difference in our country when compared to many others in which I've worked over the last 15 years. This is something to be really complemented and conserved and protected and expanded. And I'd like to call the attention to the fact that this anti-crisis support took place with a direction of inclusion, financial education, and sustainability. we are quite short on time, but I would like you, on your final remarks, I'd like for you to talk about two main things, given our time constraints. First, in the first place, the analysts have been observing a growing digitization of productive processes as some sort of scarring effect of COVID-19. This is what I've seen due to the risks that the curve of digitization will put forth, not only in terms of concentration of market structures, but also due to an exclusion of those who are not qualified to follow the changes, follow the pace of the changes. And that's why I assumed from Carlos' address a very interesting approach of using digitization as an opportunity, given the productivity potential and the work in coordination with the digital solutions of Banco do Brasil, and with the support and extension of Cicobi and Fomento Paraná and other systems. This also provides an opportunity of making an opportunity of increasing productivity out of this scarring effect, of improving the effectiveness of small and medium-sized enterprises. And like you to mention this, digitization and financial education. And the second point, if it's possible, I'd like to hear from you. Well, Carlos made a call for action and a very profound observation on the relevance of trying to expand programs like the emergency benefit aid programs, the renewal of the emergency aid program. We need to expand the other measures to support companies that were underlying to the catastrophic response of the Brazilian economy to the crisis. The number of bankruptcies and defaults have shown to be much less dramatic than what was expected in the beginning of last year. So I'd like to hear from you different proposals. Of course, we are in a political process that is complicated, but we'll have to address the solution to these problems. So I'd like for you to mention these topics on your final remarks, and I would like to hear your opinions in these matters. Thank you very much for your presentations. They were very complimentary and full of important content. Let's follow the same order. Good to hear from you. You're very wise and sound in your remarks. I would like to thank Rubens and you, Heraldo, for this partnership, and we were very synergistic in our discourse, and I believe that the resulting vector is a positive one. So I also thought that we would have a worse results in terms of financial and economic results. So Brazil, with the aid programs, ended up supporting the ground level. The research has shown that the construction sector, pet shops, some sectors have grown, especially with innovation. But underlying everything that you said, we can see that there's no other choice but to become digital. And we have adopted exiting protocols and everything we could. Even with guided credit, digitization came to stay, because we have managed to reduce the risk of credit. And our partners know that. We ended up almost like tutoring planning actions, and those credit requests that were forwarded with analysis from SEBRAE, we had an acceptance rate of 1 to 5, 1 to 4. We accepted many more products projects when they had a reasonability and their justification. So becoming digital is no longer a matter of yes or no. We have to, and last year came up with a network that SEBRAE, that the Brazil needed. So what Brazil needs is for us to take care of the digital aspects with or without a pandemic. So this aspect came to stay. We have usage of WhatsApp and other platforms, the insertion of major platforms as we did with Magazine Luiza company. We are studying others like Amazon and free market, Mercado Livre. So you managed to include small and medium-sized enterprises in a very quick and effective manner. And this gives us an edge. And digitization has also allowed for a stronger adaptation of SMEs in products, in terms of products, processes, and interactivity with customers, customer fidelity. So this was a magic aspect in this sense, and the people had in their hands what everybody else does, smartphones and apps. So given all of that, we know that the government has no energy, and given the fiscal ceiling to repeat what we managed to do good in terms of the government. You can imagine that the benefit, the aid program started with 200 reais. We elevated it to 600 in the National Congress. And there are two good things that we are assessing in terms of metrics. We can measure, and research has shown that in the end of May, we'll have every Brazilian above 60 years of age, and the service sectors, especially health sector, vaccinated already. So at the end of June, everybody above 40 years of age. So vaccination is the best way out. It's the best antidote for employment, fiscal, everything else. Vaccination is the way to go. And we are having this perspective of having a recovery in October, a very substantial recovery, which will alleviate a lot the problems we are now facing. And SEBRAE is working and offering this measurement. As we advance in vaccination, we advance in fiscal aspects, especially for SMEs, which is healthy for the economy at large. So there is no evil that lasts forever, and there is no good that lasts forever. So we are talking to our partners, we are working with the team, and what we expect is that from August onwards, we'll probably have a lifting of the barriers to economy, and we will be able to grow again in the next semester, which was what China demonstrated. We've heard figures like 23% growth. It may well be that we have this good news in Brazil.
But I'd like to greet Sergio Gusmão and all the organizers of this seminar, which is so important. And SEBRAE, together with ABDE, we are on the same team. I would like this to be reflected in a booklet that would give us all the opportunity electronically and materially to have such a booklet. And so greetings to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Enio, please. Thank you, Professor. I will be really quick because of time constraints. Regarding the first question, the proposal on digitalization, increasing digitalization, it is a reality. We observe that the customer satisfaction is much greater when it involves digitalized processes, especially compared to other processes. There is a huge demand for processes that are not yet fully digital to be improved. And we've been conducting constant surveys with on client satisfaction, customer satisfaction, and other surveys. And just to give you an idea, in terms of transactions, the bank today, 46%, well, actually 86% of transactions are carried out fully digitally. In terms of new digital customers, growth last year was of 78%. These are digital natives. More than 5 million clients, bank customers, were born fully digital. They are digital natives. And so we do need to digitalize increasingly. And the challenge is to adapt customers' needs to the moment. They want everything digital, but of course there are clients, customers that don't have these skills, and we need to respect them and allow them to do transactions safely. PIX has been highlighting and reaffirming this environment. So we do need to move forward, catering to our customers' needs. On the second topic, extending programs and public policies, Bank of Brazil is entirely on board, especially PRONAMP. We have participating directly with the federal government. President Carlos Mendes has also participated in these discussions, the National Congress as well, and the role of the bank as a financial agent is to support, to ensure agility and modern solutions and managing resources in a way that the whole of Brazilian society can benefit. And so our role, well, all these actions have been prioritized and technology fully geared to these programs, and we are supporting unconditionally all the decisions in this area. And so I'd like to thank the opportunity to participate, and Bank of Brazil's contribution is entirely at service, and I'd like to greet again all the participants and audience. Special greetings to our President Gusmão and the whole ABDE team. Fantastic organization. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you all. Professor, it's been a pleasure to participate with you. Thank you, Enio. Rubens. Thank you, Professor. Well, the first point regarding digitalization. For me, digitalization is a solution, not a problem. Digitalization is necessary. It supports social inclusion and financial education. We experience this every day in cooperativism. We reach millions of people with educational programs thanks to digitalization. As Enio said, today almost 90% of financial transactions in banks are conducted through digital means, and any child today knows how to use digital means, and through well-developed programs, we will reach the whole population. This will bring about progress and productivity. As to emergency support programs, one of the goals on our SICOBE agenda is support in contingency situations. We are experiencing this currently. but I am a risk manager, and as such, I need to be optimistic but cautious. I know we have problems regarding macroeconomic issues, and we will have problems with default in the future, but I don't believe in a lost decade. I believe in a gained decade. I'm sure that these two components, the benefits that this whole situation has anticipated and that we didn't explore previously, together with the central bank actions in modernizing the system and making it more competitive, I am sure we will make the next decade a gained decade rather than a lost decade. Thank you. Thank you, Rubens. Geraldo. Thank you, Professor. Regarding the first topic, digitalization, it's always been on the plans of Fomento Paraná to work digitally as much as possible in a digital environment. But then the pandemic came, bringing with it the need to process credit operations without any physical contact. No doubt this has accelerated what was perhaps a distant target here for our company. Fomento Paraná has an extraordinary network with more than 250 points of contact, and we had a mix of credit with hybrid credit operations. And we had our technology analysts and internal users together developing this. It was a necessity. And I would say that, as suggested by the other panelists, this has been an extraordinary gain during the pandemic, which will remain as a key legacy. After the pandemic, we need to go back to working on our technologies, and until a short while ago, 5 years ago, in the state of Paraná, we didn't have microcredit as a product offered by other institutions, including cooperatives. So more than agility, more than response, we need to process and deliver quickly credit lines, and we need to evolve and develop digital platforms. Given competition from fintechs and cooperatives and so on, regarding the second point, the state of Paraná has been promoting important investments. We will now, in 2022, have a new process of highway concession, which will require a lot of investment and modernization of our road network. We have been investing heavily in railway, linking Paraná with the Center West and our ports, and other important construction works in our two ports. Perhaps a third port will be built here in Paraná. And Fomento Paraná is fully participating in these initiatives in response to the pandemic, and also as part of, but we are fully participating, and we will provide resources for investment and expansion of the productive base of our state. Tomorrow we will launch a program called Agriculturers Bank to help develop small family cooperatives and associations of producers, a program dedicated especially to family farmers, offering funds and subvention for credit for interest rates, also offering agricultural credit as a part of the agricultural credit. And Fomento Paraná, obviously, Paraná has a very important agricultural base, and we want to start working with this segment as well, offering credit and conditions that our farmers require. So basically, this is what I'd like to answer, Professor Canuto. Thank you once again for the opportunity, and President Sergio Gusmão also. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you about our actions here in our state. Thank you. Thank you. And good news with this, good news from Fomento Paraná. So I found all the presentations and answers excellent. Before ending this panel, I'd like to congratulate the organizers. The forum is very well structured with really good people and important topics to be discussed. And I also would like to congratulate Sergio for the work with the two hats, as he mentioned in the previous session, ABDE and the Development Bank of Minas Gerais. Sergio thinks in terms of additionality, and this is a very and complementarity which is present in any development system such as the one we are discussing today. Thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor back to Adalgisa, our Master of Ceremonies.
Muito bem. Bom, registramos aqui então os nossos sinceros agradecimentos.
So, thank you very much to all the participants of this debate, which doesn't end here. We hope more conversations can arise from this. We will now continue with our event.
Muito bem, como eu disse, então, dando sequência a esse primeiro dia do...
Continuing the first day of the 6th Forum of Development ABDE, we'd like to invite Régis Marodon from the French Development Agency, who will present to us on the database of development banks in the world, with comments from Sergio Gusmão, President of ABDE. Mr. Régis Marodon, welcome. Good afternoon.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon.
Eu não falo português, por isso vou apresentar em inglês.
So I will present in English, all right?
So, well, first of all, many thanks to ABDE and to Sergio to give me the opportunity to present you the first comprehensive database ever on public development banks and DFIs. And let me start maybe with what may seem as the most obvious, but also quite a complex question, in fact. What is exactly a public development bank and a DFI? How do you define their perimeter? Is it the size, the mandate, the capital structure, the nature of the activity, the business model, the autonomy, the financial instruments that they are mobilizing? In fact, the first challenge for the database was really to establish again, for the first time, a proper definition that would unify all this population of public development banks and DFIs and so many other institutions of the same nature under the same flag. And to do that, we had to go through a comprehensive review of the literature. It was quite a research already, and I would like to share with you the first conclusion on that. and what is today our most advanced definition. Of course, the debate is still open. We see 5 criteria, and all of them should be there at the same time to define an institution as part of this coalition. Well, the first one, and nothing new here, is that they should have a separate legal personality, separate financial account, separate personnel, because we want to distinguish them from government credit programs or from bilateral aid agencies that may or may not have a legal status, but that have usually performing programs in a very different way. The second criteria is that they should deploy financial instruments that ensure financial disciplines of clients, instruments such as loans, equities, guarantees, so many of them, but the clients are in fact the ones that are sustaining the development bank or the DFI activity, again, in distinction with pure grant-making programs or aid agencies. Now, the third criteria that we used is that their funding source should go beyond periodical budgetary transfers from government. Although DFIs can enjoy government transfers, but they should have financial liabilities on their balance sheet. And again, it will distinguish them from pure executing agencies that primarily receive and execute government budgetary transfer. Now, the fourth criteria is that they have a public policy-oriented official mandate. I mean, in fact, they are not profit-driven commercial banks. They are not even profit-driven at all. They have to find some financial equilibrium, but they have to proactively set a public-oriented policy. I'll come back to that. Now, the fifth criteria, probably the most difficult to assess, is that one way or another, they should be public, meaning public in the European name, meaning that they should enjoy a government sponsorship. Either the government has established the bank or the institution, they sit at the board, they have a golden chair or not, they have the majority, they play a steering role in pursuing the development-oriented mandate, they provide support, guarantees in fundraising, one way or another, government is there. So taking into account these 5 criteria, and based on a thorough review of what exists on the web, especially, and I want here to mention the excellent partnership between AFD and the Institute of Structural Economics of the University of Beijing, which is our partner in the building of this database, which is a work in progress. Let me share with you now, in a second step, what are some of the key findings that we have in the base? Well, the first thing is that we were amazed to see that, in fact, public development banks are news. The last report that was produced by the World Bank was based on roughly 150 development banks, out of which they were able to really trace 82 of them in this very interesting inception report that the World Bank produced on these kind of institutions. Well, together with the University of Beijing, we found more than 500 of them, 500 around the world, from about 150 countries, and with total assets of nearly 12 trillion, which is quite enormous. I mean, it represents that, the annual contribution of these banks, these development banks, to the financing of global accounts for about 10% in 2018 of this global investment. And I'm sure 2019, and even the more so 2020 with the COVID crisis, we'll see this figure probably on the higher side. Now, a third remark is that this landscape of development banks worldwide is clustered. A few large institutions, should I say even mega institutions in the case of some of them, and a myriad of small banks. If you take on this total of 500 development banks, only 143 have a balance sheet that exceeds 3 billion. And this 143 represents 98% of listed assets. So it means that the majority of development banks are small. About 250 of them have total assets of then less than 1 billion. And together, they do not even represent 1% of PDB's total assets. This is also a very interesting finding. Now, I was just mentioning that some of them are mega bank. And here I want to, of course, mention China Development Bank, which is the largest public development bank in the world. Total assets in 2019 was 2.4 trillion. Well, it's comparable with the largest private American bank, JP Morgan Chase. You know, if you take the three leading China's development banks, you reach 4 trillion in total assets, which is just enormous. I mean, to give an idea in this large figure, it's about the GDP of the whole of South America, Brazil included. So, and these three banks, Chinese bank, are 35% of the global assets of the whole family of development banks. Now, interestingly enough, on the other side of the ocean, if you take the development banks of the 27 European Union members, including the European Investment Bank and, of course, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, both regional banks of Europe, as you know, we have a total of roughly $1 billion in assets. So it's roughly the same order of magnitude as the three leading Chinese development banks. But very interesting to see that, of course, in Europe, the number of development banks is much more numerous, but the total size, in fact, is quite comparable, meaning that both this region would give tremendous importance to the mandate and the role of development banks. Now, for the sake of the conference, I had a look at Brazil. Brazil is a very interesting country because it's using a development bank as a crucial tool for development, and it's not at the ABDE association that I really need to remind that. And we're not talking, of course, of the large BNDES, the member of IDFC, but in the database, we have identified 21 institutions that fits our criteria in Brazil. For instance, the various agencies of local development, they do qualify. They don't have large assets generally, but they really perform a very important role, as this conference, by the way, is also demonstrating, in particular in terms of financial inclusions and counter-cyclical role, as we have heard for some of the participants, Paraná in particular, in these very difficult days of the COVID. And of course, institutions like BDMG, and here reaching also to the leadership of Sergio, are increasingly active on the international scene. I mean, they did participate in the Finance in Common Summit, as Rémy Rioux, my CEO, mentioned this morning, and they are really making a point on the role of subnational development banks when, changing the way we are financing development, tackling the transition challenges and the SDGs alignment that we are all facing these days. Now, as I just said, governments are keen to establish development banks when they want to tackle a market failure or a crisis. For the sake of the database, we have identified 11 areas of market failure where public development banks are really called for action. I mean, this will sound very familiar, of course, to the Brazilian development banks, but I think one very interesting aspect of the database will be to enable for this whole family of 500 banks to see what of this market failure are they attacking and what is the priority to them. I'm not going to quote all of them. It will be published soon, but it goes from, of course, SME investments, promoting of that. I mean, it's usually one of the central mandates of most development banks, but also support to rural farmers, development of economic infrastructure, financial inclusion, social housing, just naming so many of them. One important one is regional integration, which is usually the mandate of regional banks like CAF in Latin America and the EIB in Europe. This is also quite a very important and growing family of development bank. Now, in the database, thanks to all the data we collected, again with the analyst of the University of Beijing, going through all the activity reports, all the website of this institution, we were able also to propose a structure for different category of development banks, and therefore proposing a mapping for that. As you know, we have, as I just mentioned, we have 3 categories of ownership. Some of the banks are multinational, some are purely national, and some are subnational, belonging to local governments. We have 4 geographical scope for which they operate. They can be global, they can be subcontinental or regional, they can be national, or they can be local, concentrating on the local territory within national frontiers. They can have various mandates, as I said, and attack various market failure. Well, this gives us a whole possibility of mapping this, but because of course there are some overlaps. Mapping all these institutions, thanks also to the financial data that we are collecting. We are collecting the size of assets, the size of equities, the profit that they're making of the year, and when available, also the net interest income for them. Now, as a conclusion to this very short and rapid presentation, there is much more, of course, in the base. I want to mention that collecting the 2,000 activity reports with some past perspective that we found online, we use material to develop a very innovative tool to assess the alignment of banks with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. We are in the process of developing a machine learning system whereby we teach the program to understand the SDG vocabulary, not just the words. I'm talking about the semantic universe related to the SDGs. So the machine is now capable of reading the reports extensively and provide us with the probability, if you prefer, a sort of level of certitude that the annual activity report mention a specific SDG or family of SDG. I mean, it's very interesting because there you can see what the bank is talking about and what in its activity the bank is reporting about. The first results and a more precise description of this innovative methodology is already available online. It was produced for the first Finance in Common Summit last November. We're still working on it. Intensively. I mean, we have the best analysts working on that, the best machine learning specialists. We hope to be able to present the conclusion of this more advanced version of the machine learning system during the next Summit of Development Bank, which is to be organized in November 2021 in Roma, under the auspices of the Cassa dei Depositi Prestiti of Italy. So I will conclude on that. This date is the one you want to mark in your agenda. I hope to see you all to participate to this newly formed coalition of the finance in common system that Rémy described this morning. And I'll stop my presentation here. More than welcome to take a few questions, if any.
Muito bem, nossos sinceros agradecimentos ao senhor
for the very enriching presentation and data and information that provide a precise notion about the role of development banks in the world and also the fostering of very encouraging surveys and studies and research developed by these institutions. Now for comments on this presentation, Mr. Sergio Gusmão. Thank you. Thank you, Adalgisa. And good afternoon, Professor Régis, a great partner. On behalf of ABDE and the Development Forum, thank you, first of all, for the excellent presentation. It has allowed us to view very clearly the size, the diversity, and the capacity for mobilization of the 453 institutions mapped in this pioneering effort led by the French Development Bank in partnership with the Institute for Structural Economy of the University of Beijing. This is the result of a very long and complex work on collection and systematization of the data, and this effort will allow scholars and governments and the public in general to know more about these institutions, our institutions, and make the most of their potential. As we explored along this morning, the Sustainable Development Goals will provide the path for the discussions of this forum. And so the discussion on the algorithm that will allow the work of the mapped banks to be referenced by the SDGs, and also the automated analysis algorithm, which will facilitate comparisons and deeper analysis of figures in a near future, making more accessible the information on the operations and impacts of development banks, contributing also for this distinguished group of institutions to achieve greater levels of legitimacy and support from society in general and from governments that maintain them, also allowing our private partners to learn more about our work, identifying new frontiers for partnership. This tool will provide important partnership with ABDE in the efforts of the association, and we are ready to collaborate as we have been doing with the sharing of information for this research. Once again, I would like to thank you, Professor Regis, and the whole team of the French Development Agency and the university also for the work done, and I am at your service for us to continue working in this partnership. Thank you very much. We are going to continue by thanking you once again for your participation. I would like to thank the participation of Regis Marodon and the brilliant Mr. Regis Marodon. Thank you once again for your participation in the first day of our development forum. Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of the first day, and we'd like to thank you for the participation, for your participation. I'd like to say goodbye now, and tomorrow we will meet again at 9 in the morning. But I should ask our president for the official closing of the first day of the ABDE Development Forum. The floor is yours, Sergio Gusmão. Thank you, Adalgisa. We had an excellent morning of discussions showing the importance and relevance of this forum for discussion of sensitive topics for development of Brazil. And in the opening panel, President Montezano from BNDES highlighted the impact and of the actions of development banks, highlighting diversification of financial instruments used in response to the pandemic and expansion of the efficacy and reach of actions employed. We also heard a message from the Deputy Secretary General of UN, Mohammed, one of the main global leaders on sustainable development. According to her, development banks play a crucial role in the financing of sustainable development. The resources, financial resources mobilized by these banks will be the heart of a fair and green and equitable recovery. Rebecca highlighted the importance of the international community and cooperation for overcoming the crisis, especially through access to vaccination. We will not necessarily have a lost decade because there are opportunities to be explored on the basis of bilateral and collaborative dialogue. Richard Martínez the importance of taking care of structural and conjunctural issues at the same time to overcome challenges in the growth of the region. Digitalization, innovation, small and medium companies, and climate change are central topics that should be part of the response strategies that are being addressed by the Inter-American Development Bank. Also, Professor Stephany Griffith-Jones, and President of IDFC and FD, and we were also able to discuss the roles and challenges of development banks in a world in transition, including the necessary bridge that they must provide between local priorities and global agendas, jointly around common goals. President Rémy also made an important announcement that we will have a second edition of Financing in Common this year, held in Italy. In the fifth session of this morning, we had leaders from the development system, our partners in ABDE, mediated by Ottaviano Canuto. They discussed the role of the national development system in the current crisis and the resumption of growth. Also, we had a presentation on the mapping of development institutions by Professor Rémy. And I'd like to invite you all to join us throughout the week for discussions on geopolitical issues of a world in transition, the challenges for modernization of the system, and the necessary elements to guarantee an inclusive transition and also the future of development in our country. And so tomorrow we'll meet again at 9 o'clock for a special interview with Professor José Ocampo from the Columbia University, who will talk to us about the challenges and trends of a world in transition. Good afternoon.